Jeff, I'm assuming we'll have Linda and Ian with us tonight.
I have not heard that they're going to be absent, so I'm assuming that they will be here.
Okay. Well, it is 5 o'clock, so I will get going and hope that our fellow commissioners join in soon. So welcome everybody to the April 7th Nantucket Conservation Commission meeting. This meeting is being held entirely remotely with participants participating via Zoom. I ask that everybody please mute your device when you're not speaking so that you're not picked up by the recording and you don't distract from the minutes. I also ask that you not screen share your computer, as anything you screen share may be captured by the recording. I ask that anybody who wishes to speak, please raise your hand either in your camera window or in with the virtual hand and wait to be recognized. And with that, we will begin tonight's meeting under public meeting, public comment on items not being heard this evening. Give a quick look to YouTube. Does not appear that we have any public comment. So the following items are continued this evening. We have Linda Loring Nature Foundation at 90, 110, 124, 130, and 136 Eel Point Road, continued until April 28th. We have 13 Commercial Street LLC at 13 Commercial Wharf, continued until April 28th. We have Brant Point Club LLC at 6 and 8 North Beach Street and 4 Dolphin Court, continued until April 28th. We have Kane at 12 Pond Road, continued until April 28th. And then we have Meyer at 307 Pulpus Road, continued as well until April 28th. And then under amended orders of conditions, we have Phillips Trustees at 19 East Tristram Ave, also continued until April 28th. And with that, we will begin our meeting under notices of intent with 9B Crow's Nest LLC at 9B Crow's Nest Way. And this is represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much. Just to reiterate, this was a proposed project to relocate an existing dwelling landward. It currently is situated at the landward edge of a coastal dune, and we are proposing to put the structure completely on piles, pile foundation. Cumulatively, there's 518 square feet of reduction of structure within the coastal dune. There's a total of 461 square feet of structure reduction in the flood zone, which is the velocity zone. Again, we're putting these on piles. The total coastal dune restoration is 884 square feet, which includes some denuded areas around the structures we're proposing to restore. A upgraded septic system with an IA component is being proposed here. And then we're also proposing to restore 1,110 square feet of existing lawn area within the buffer zone to the bordering vegetated wetlands within the westerly portion of the property. At the first meeting, I had mentioned, I believe that there was a 60 square foot reduction in structure in totality on the project site. Actually, the total reduction is 243.5 square feet. So I just wanted to clarify that. So a little bit more, again, an overall reduction on site. At that first meeting, there was a request for some architecturals. We have submitted some draft plans on that end. Again, nothing has been submitted with HDC. but this was the first step in the permitting process. So we also have since now received our natural heritage determination letter as well. We didn't have that the first meeting. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Maureen?
Through the chair, Brian, the recalculation of the reduction in square footage, was that was the plan changed, or was it just not calculated right the first time? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I had miscalculated initially.
Okay.
Apologies there.
No, that's all right. I was just curious. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no at this point, so we'll open it up for public comment on 9B Crow's Nest LLC. Not seeing any public comment at this point. So Jeff, do we have everything we would need to close this one?
Yes, we do.
All right, Brian, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close? Motion made by Mark. Is there a second? Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips. Oh, you're muted, Maureen.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you,
Thank you very
Brian.
much. Thank you.
And that moves us on to Nantucket Conservation Foundation at Gibbs Pond, represented by Jonathan Schuster. We also have Karen Beatty on for this one, and I'm not sure if you have any other representatives.
Just us this evening. I'm Jonathan Schuster with SWCA on behalf of the applicant. And yeah, I can give a very brief overview. I know there's a couple other folks on this evening, and then I'll get into some developments since the last meeting. So yeah, we're proposing an alum and algicide treatment at Gibbs Pond. And we laid out, there's quite a bit of detail in the narrative and supplemental letter about testing and how that would proceed with this 3-year permit, and sort of some of the checks along the way. What we did between the last meeting and this meeting, so first we received our NHESP response letter. So no issues there. And I believe Jeff received a copy of that. We also were asked by your commission to produce just some estimates to contextualize the cost and other factors of the alum treatment versus, let's say, a dredging endeavor. So we relayed a letter, albeit very recently. I think it went out yesterday or the day before, but I can just relay some of those numbers to help the commissioners kind of get a handle on what we're talking about here. So the alum treatment that we're proposing, it involves, testing it at every step of the way and kind of some checks there on a yearly basis. That would be about $38,000 or so per year. So for a 3-year permit, we're really only talking about 115 to maybe 130K. We're talking a couple orders of magnitude cost greater for a dredging project. So we crunched a bunch of numbers. Jeff Carlson kindly forwarded some numbers available from the town for the Maya Comet dredge project, and Gibbs is a little different, and I can get into that if we need to, but we're talking $6.8 to $9 million to permit and dredge Gibbs. It's a 37-acre pond. It is quite deep, about twice the depth of Maya Comet, and we estimate potentially just shy of 3 times the volume of material would need to be dredged from that versus Maya Comet, just to put that into context. And the other thing I'd highlight is dredging isn't without its faults. It can be quite disruptive to the aquatic life and vegetation in the pond. And the alum treatment we're proposing doesn't preclude future dredging. We want to kind of take this, one bit at a time. We want to have something that we can accomplish this year to really address the main issue, which is the toxic algae growing in Gibbs and just the hyper eutrophic state. Dredging, getting all that permitting in, multiple processes, obviously your commission, but we're talking Army Corps, rare species, both state and federally. Sediment, just the sediment sampling and testing alone could be just shy of $100,000, and who knows if disposal costs could go up. But yeah, basically, dredging taking a 2-year process potentially from now till maybe action could happen. And in the meantime, we have a toxic pond that's potentially detrimental to wildlife and certainly human health. So I'm happy. I'll open it up if you have any questions for me. I had a longer presentation, last time, so I'm happy to get back into some more details of that if you like.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mark, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Ashley. And I wanted to thank Jonathan and Karen for bringing those numbers forward. We can't base our decision on finances, but it's very helpful to have that as part of the record and why we do decide what we're ultimately going to decide. So that's very helpful, and I appreciate the effort you've gone through to produce those numbers. So thank you.
Thank you.
Seth, did I just see your hand? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have comments that kind of hit on 3 different threads of topics. Would you like me to say all of them or go one by one?
For me, perhaps one by one would be easier. Short-term
Okay.
memory.
Sure. So the first one is, thank you for providing the financials. As Mark said, I also understand how nonprofit funding works. I don't think really the issue of finances is particularly relevant to our commission, but thank you for providing it. I do think that in the long run, dredging or other alternatives are probably better ecological restoration techniques than alum treatments. But as the Wetlands Protection Act is written and our local regulations are written, I don't see, I see this meeting the performance standards of those regulations. So that's point number one. The second point is the 2 resource areas considered in the permit are land underwater, which is referred to as inland water bodies in our local regulations, and bordering land subject to flooding. I do think there's a third resource area that's relevant, which would be inland bank, especially if you're going to be backing up a truck and launching a boat and doing like heavy compaction of that pond edge. Then I think we would want to require, that whatever kind of temporary boat launch or ramp to deliver materials is well stabilized and has effective sedimentation barriers. I think that needs to be written into any order of conditions. That's point 2. And then point 3 is I appreciate that the sediment testing is going to be done prior to the treatment, but I don't think that this suite of characteristics being looked at is robust enough. I understand that the primary purpose for this project is, reduction of phosphorus that's causing those harmful algal blooms. But I think that really a more robust look at other issues with that sediment, including other organics like nitrogen, as well as other potential contaminants such as metals, VOCs, whatever may be, is a good practice. And it's something that, if you're already sampling there, makes sense to do anyways, particularly if there is interest in, doing further ecological restoration, such as dredging or other practices later. I would much prefer to see a more robust suite of monitoring characteristics so that we have some preliminary data to judge future notices of intents based on. Those are my 3 things. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. I'll try to sort of go through those. I have a few comments, and Karen Beatty, who is on, may have some as well. So first off, I very much appreciate that, finances shouldn't necessarily play a role. This letter was created mainly in response to comments at the last meeting. As with our original filing, we didn't get into the nuts and bolts of, what's cheaper. We're talking about, compliance with the regs and basically the role this project would play in helping the pond. In terms of resource areas, so obviously land underwater. In terms of BLSF, we are in a FEMA floodplain. I think we went a little bit into the narrative with this, that BLSF jurisdictionally would extend from the bank of the pond outwards. So certainly where the truck is parked, let's say, could be in BLSF. And in terms of the bank, I totally understand, and we can certainly discuss or at the commission's discretion include sedimentation barriers and things. But my understanding is the truck or whatever method is used would be parked pretty far away on very stable ground on an access area, and the pipe would be leading to the boat in the pond. And I think there's a well-established boat launch there for when research or other reasons people go into the pond, and that happens. I'm not sure of the regularity of that. Maybe Karen can enlighten us. But it's we could certainly do what it takes to make sure that the commission feels comfortable with that. Personally, I don't see a huge issue there for the bank. We're really not going to be compacting the bank. It'll be I think I forget if it's maybe a 4-inch hose from the truck to the boat, and then basically this motorboat would be going around with a small hose leading beneath the surface, and the very action of the motor would help distribute the compound into the water column. And in terms of your point 3, obviously more information is better. I think that for the past 3 years, the Land Council has done some, what I think could be considered, extensive tests, maybe not including, all this information. I think that testing will continue to track all the parameters that have been up to now. And really the crux of our submittal here and the crux of doing this treatment is to address the toxic algae. So could there potentially be other issues in the sediment if we, crack that nut and really go look into it? Obviously, if we were pursuing dredging, we would really need to know everything that's going on in there, what contaminants there are. I think at the moment we're trying to, in a smart way, address this critical issue that's kind of come to a crux. Karen, did you want to add anything or?
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I would agree with everything Jonathan said. And in regards to the access to the pond, there's at least 3 places along the pond edge where the public currently can access the pond. And it wouldn't be a problem at all to get a vehicle close enough to the edge to run that hose down to the boat without disturbing anything that's in terms of vegetation. But the sedimentation barrier and all that, I think, is a smart idea, which of course we would be amenable to.
Thank you, Karen. I know I definitely appreciate the financial analysis you guys provided, but agree that it's kind of not like it gives us an estimate, but it's not something we would necessarily weigh. And I know I mentioned this last meeting. I completely understand the need to do the alum treatments right now to get the toxic algae under control. I mean, it's human health, ecological health, issue that's immediate. But just thinking long-term that if in the life of this permit in the next 3 years, if we're still having regular algae blooms and the alum isn't seeming to be working, thinking towards that next step of potentially needing to dredge. And I guess this kind of goes along with Seth's point about the sediment testing, maybe just doing some of that now gives us the data. So you have it, for the future. Again, if this alum can't seem to get the algae under control, which is definitely a concern of mine. So I think just looking to the future there. Seth, I saw your hand.
Yeah, thank you. And I did watch the last meeting recording and do have some concerns that we're just going to start proposing alum treatments at every single pond on Nantucket without really, looking further at the causes of the phosphorus and nitrogen in systems. I do think that Gibbs is unique unique as a pond in that it probably doesn't have ongoing input since, it's not developed. There obviously is a cranberry operation, but, the cranberry operation isn't bringing water from there currently. I think in some areas, alum treatments really aren't going to be effective in the long term because phosphorus is just continuing to run into the system. We might see a different effect in Gibbs, but I do think that, all right, this question is to Jeff Carlson, I guess. I do wonder if we have the ability, to somehow condition this project to be set up as like a pilot project in that it requires a certain level of success. And that if that level of success isn't being reached before, asking for an extension or filing a new notice for alum treatments, other alternatives must be considered. I don't know if that's possible, but maybe something to think about.
Let me think about that for a second, Seth. And if there's any more questions, I'll try to pull some thoughts together for that. That's a good question.
Yeah, definitely a great question, Seth. Ian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I didn't get a copy of the letter. I'm not sure why. Perhaps I just didn't find it. But I would also, and I was not at the last meeting, but I'd like to thank Jonathan for providing those figures. I sort of agree with Seth that I would like to see an analysis of the sediment that would include the heavy metals, and also I'm curious as to how much DDT is left from the decades that DDT was used. And I think that would be helpful going forward for, well, as a basis for examining this project. So, and I also agree with Seth about, I'd like to see it conditioned so that alternatives would have to be considered if it didn't make the standards that we set. I mean, Capon Pond is a good example of how is going to be readdressed, I believe, with more alum added than was at first considered necessary. Is that correct?
Is that a question for Jonathan?
Well,
Or Karen?
I mean, sure.
Karen?
Karen raised her hand there.
Yeah. I was involved in the Capon Pond permitting.
Right.
We, I believe, I would have to go back and look at this. We do have a 3-year permit. We were given permission to use alum up to a certain limit. I don't know what that number is, but the first treatment that we did last year was well below the amount that we were allowed to apply, and we deliberately did that. We wanted to be conservative because it was the first time we have used alum in a pond, at least a large pond like that. So we did a very small application, which was less than what was calculated was needed, but we did that deliberately. We did see a reduction in toxic algae bloom length and algae, but there is still excess phosphorus in the water column. So this year, we're going to try going a little bit higher, but of course, staying within the limits of our permit. So that permit and that project, I will say, was never considered to be a one-year project where we would be 1 year and done. We expected that we would need multiple years of treatments to address the issues there, because that has been going on for a while. So we're not going to fix this in 1 year.
Well, thank you, Karen. I remember you weren't very receptive when I suggested just opening the pond to the ocean. So you didn't think that was a very good idea. So thank you.
I don't think we would be successful in getting the permitting that we would need to get through the state to be able to do that. It's not that I wasn't receptive to your idea. I was just trying to be realistic.
Well, we can always do with some of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on Karen's point, I think that any proposed project for alum treatment should be considered a multi-year initiative. To say it will be done in 1 year is just not scientifically valid. But as to clarify my previous suggestion, okay, let's say this project goes to 3 years, even let's say it gets an extension, and after 6 years, we don't really have any noticeable success. I mean, we're going to have to talk about what we're defining as success. We're not trying to be punitive. We're trying to be realistic. But if there's, not a long-term reduction in phosphorus or length of algae blooms or whatever factors we are considering, I think 6 years is a sufficient amount of time to say we might need to try something else.
Thank you, Seth. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Mark?
Thank you. I'm fairly new in this pond treatment world, but do we have standards for what moderate success or failure are or is? Karen or Jonathan, do we know that? I mean, going in?
So at the last meeting, Naomi Valentine, who's our ecological restoration team lead at SWCA, I think we covered that same question, and I believe her response was she'd be overjoyed if there was, I think it was something like a 10% improvement. That for a pond of this size, just by nature of its size and volume alone, I think this is a very conservative approach. We physically can't even bring enough of the chemical, enough alum to the pond for a single application to over apply. It's impossible. And so I sort of, maybe this is playing a little devil's advocate here, but it's, we're not going to be applying so much that you'd see such a massive improvement. This is a cautious approach and is somewhat dictated by the scale here. So with the frequent testing that's ongoing, and then following testing, algicide application to half the pond, I think that approach, really sets us up to see what incremental success is possible with this kind of approach, knowing that in the future, maybe there's new technologies that come out in 5 years. Maybe we do want to consider dredging in the the next decade. So we, those are valid things to be thinking about, but this is immediate. This is addressing that problem. And in terms of additional testing, I'd imagine that if the Conservation Foundation, if they want to set themselves up, let's say 5 years down the road, this doesn't, well, assuming that there's an extension, which is another thing that's at the discretion of your commission, that, we're asking for 3 years here to kind of just put our best foot forward. But, additional testing could be done. In my opinion, it shouldn't necessarily be conditioned under this permit. as we've proposed to address this particular issue with a suite of tests that let us measure success or failure or incremental success. And all these other tests, which the letter I did send kind of enumerated some of those costs, which are not insubstantial to, have multiple tests for, let's say, heavy metals or these other things. To me, that's a whole other arena to kind of be looking into, and maybe the applicant in a future year does want to really look into that to say, okay, if this doesn't work out. But I think we, at least from my perspective and probably from the applicant's perspective, want to stay focused on what can be done this year. Does this meet the standards, and how can we work with you to make sure that maybe this could be a good sort of pilot approach to see what can happen.
Thank you, Jonathan. Oh, Karen, do you have a reply too? And then I see Mark and Ian, your hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with Jonathan in that regard. And we are completely supportive of doing any kind of testing that is going to inform the treatment that we are proposing to do in this permitting. But the idea of being able to do a dredging project anytime in the near future is completely financially outside of the realm of possibility for NCF to be doing. And I think my preference, or the foundation's preference, would not be to have to spend a lot of excessive funding on testing for something that we're not proposing to do now and may not be able to do in the future. If we do decide that we want to pursue dredging, or as Jonathan says, some additional technology that's not available now comes available and makes it financially feasible for us to do that, that would be a completely different story. But I think our preference would be to focus the testing that we're doing now on the treatment that we are proposing to do in this permit, not something that hypothetical in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. So Mark, I'll go to you and then Ian.
Well, thank you, Ashley. No, I just wanted to, Jonathan, thank you for reminding me of the Naomi saying 10% we should be thrilled with. I just had forgotten that, but thank you for that. I'm with you.
All right, Ian.
Well, so two things. First of all, 10% doesn't sound like sufficient reduction to address the algae bloom. So could you, have I misunderstood here? Because I thought, in fact, you were hoping to address it in its entirety.
So from what I understand, what we don't want is a toxic cascade. I think an incremental improvement in the phosphorus in the water column could have a disproportionate benefit to the toxic algae. I may be mistaken there, but that's my understanding of the science of it. But again, we're somewhat limited in how much product we A, can bring to the island, and B, should apply at one time to be conservative. So, we're coming before you with this proposal that's in some ways modest in terms of what we want to accomplish with the pond and see how far we get. And again, we're talking 3 years here. So this isn't going to be done a one and done, we most likely will be looking for an extension perhaps too. I mean, we're talking a 3-year permit that we hope to see some progress, really improve the pond.
So I'm trying to, did you, in the proposal, wasn't it mentioned that it was about 3,000 gallons of liquid alum? I should have taken notes. I apologize. So
yeah, so I believe so, and we were talking about two products,
right,
PAC,
solid and, yeah,
the polyaluminum chloride and traditional aluminum sulfate. So two different, both do something similar, but the concentrations would be totally different. So basically, we've left that flexibility baked in for the, following testing and at the discretion of the licensed applicator and in communication with you, with other partners like the Land Council and with the applicant and SWCA, it's going to be an organic process as we see, okay, what are the levels? Okay, let's test again. What should be the application rate at this time? But 3 parts per million, I believe, is the standard rate for alum. So I think that's what we propose. And I believe there is a figure in there of the number of gallons we'd estimate could be applied. And that's what we're talking about, having a modest effect is that many gallons.
Thank you. And my second question, or referring to Karen's wanting to keep the analysis specifically focused on just basically phosphorus. It's well known that a lot of DDT was used there. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to actually see if there's any DDT residue. And we know how damaging DDT is to the natural life. And so I would have thought it was in the property owner's interest to ascertain whether or not that was still an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Maureen, I see your hand up, and then Seth, I'll go to you.
Thank you. Listening to this, it seems to me we have a, it's almost a philosophical thing looking at this pond as a unique environment and where the knowledge this isn't a situation where the applicant can say, well, this will get it down 8% at the end of a year, and that's what success will be. So that this is going to be, as I think Jonathan used the word organic, that this is going to be, an ongoing process. And I think that, and while I guess the thing that I would want to make sure about, and I think how we write things, this would be implied at least, that the first year, the annual reports would be extremely useful and really new information for a pond this size and the amount of alum that we're putting in, to see what those numbers are. And I think that's because there is clearly some uncertainty due to the unique qualities of Gibbs Pond. So once we see that, I see there being, when you will have done your monitoring and you come back to us, that there'll be discussion about, okay, this much did this much good, and assuming and no other issues arose, say, then we want to try this, and that's why. But it's, while it's a 3-year program, I think it's one we really want to look at, every year, perhaps with more, diligence or more scrutiny than we usually would because of the unique situation here. But I think doing this, given the concerns about public health and safety and the toxicity of what's there now, that this makes sense to do. I think we have to, and this makes sense to do a modest project like this. So I would say, I would just want to make sure that the annual monitoring isn't just a report that you send in, and not that I think that would be, obviously this is a unique situation, but that it's an opportunity for you to share with us, what exactly has happened and how that would change. Would you repeat the first year application? And if you wouldn't, why, and all of those things. And that would make me feel comfortable with, as we move forward, because I really do think we have to do something given the toxicity. Thanks.
Thank you, Maureen. So I'll go to Karen and then Seth and Ian.
I just wanted to say, Maureen, that what you just described is the internal process we're going to be going through ourselves. So of course, we would want to share that with the commission.
Thank you, Karen. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without trying to be repetitive, just to hit back on two things. The first is that we routinely ask applicants to do a robust chemical and biological sampling, even if it's not specifically related to the project, because it informs our view of the wetland resources we're trying to protect. We've asked for that in plenty of other orders of conditions before. And then second, thinking about, an evaluation criteria, we've also asked for that in plenty of orders of conditions, maybe not specifically related to alum treatments, but like, for instance, when we have restoration, we ask for survivability of native species or, minimizing a % of invasive species. I think a natural goal of orders of conditions is to have evaluation criteria in them. I understand that we're proposing incremental change here. That's fine. Let's base our evaluation criteria off, the albeit cautious statistics being put forward by the project applicant. And maybe we could even be more cautious because this is something that's never been done before in this pond. But I do think that we need some evaluation criteria to help gauge the future of, what to do for Gibbs Pond. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Ian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a general observation, if I may, which was back in the early 60s, I think when Marlon Roseville and his family owned it, when it was, hundreds of little acre-size bogs with hedgerows and incredible wildlife. As a teenager, I used to go there with my girlfriend at the time, and we used to, neck on the beach and go swimming there. and the water was marvelous, And then by 1990, when my son was 6 or 7 and I wanted to take him swimming there, we couldn't get in the water because the water was so acidic to our eyes and the like. And that's the change in the water quality over that period. So, I wonder if there's really, there's an obligation, it would seem to me, to bring it back to its original water quality. And so I just throw that out there as, the change that has taken place over that period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I think all of the water quality around the island has decreased since that period in time, for sure. So it's probably a lofty goal to get it, back to the way it was in the 60s, but certainly incremental improvements, I think, will be important. Any other questions or comments from commissioners before we open this up to the public? Looks like no, so we'll open this up for public comment. Does not appear we have anything on YouTube at this point. Also not seeing anything on the Zoom call. So at this point, Jeff, would we have everything we would need to close?
We have all of the required information. If you feel that there's outstanding questions or concerns, that's up to you guys, but all of the required stuff is in.
Yeah, I think, and commissioners, tell me if I'm wrong, I think most of our outstanding questions involve just some pre-testing before the alum treatments would begin. Am I correct on that?
Yes, you are, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so I guess I know that you guys would rather not do some of that sediment testing. Would you be willing to consider it? Karen?
That's something that we would definitely have to look at from a fiscal perspective. So I can't say for sure that we can do it because, as Jonathan said, some of those tests are extremely expensive. We would definitely consider it, but I can't say we would definitely do it. I would have to send that up the flagpole.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. Jonathan, and then Mark, I see your hand up.
Yeah, and I'll again, cost not really being something that should be factored into these discussions in terms of the regs and jurisdiction, but just the context is that carrying out the tests necessary to, let's say, do a dredge project would cost about 2/3 of the entire cost of the treatment we're proposing for a 3-year run. So it's not, it's not insignificant. And the other thing I'll mention, we had the first supplemental letter detailed, that we are going to do the sediment testing to inform the alum and algicide treatment. And we know, basically that testing would inform each subsequent treatment. So we basically know going in this spring, pretty much exactly what needs to happen. And because we know it's a modest amount, we can feel confident in that. And the question mark and the exciting thing is going forward, what those reports will show, how we can have a discussion as a group and internally, on the applicant's part about how to best treat the pond.
Thank you. Mark, your hand had been up.
Yes, thank you, Ashley. No, I think that the doing the testing before, I think, is unnecessary right now. I think as they go along, they will be testing the sediment and the water, and that to me is sufficient for my thinking, but I'm not a scientist, but I think that makes sense to me.
Thank you, Mark. Ian?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I feel it's absolutely essential that the sediment be tested before the alum's added. I mean, it's from my perspective, it makes absolute sense to have a baseline going forward. And I would like this to be continued if necessary, for them to consider, as you say, we're not supposed to consider costs. So from my perspective, these are reasonable requests, and that's the way I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to put Karen or NCF into a difficult position, and I want this project to move forward, but it's important to remember that, maybe some of this discussion is for the orders of conditions part of the meeting. And if we ever, issue an order of conditions and the applicant has, a problem with any of the conditions, they can always come back for an amended order of conditions to discuss that. So we'll see what happens in the order of conditions, but if they want to close, it doesn't mean that it necessarily has to happen. There's still a process for, edits to whatever gets issued.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate that discussion. Jonathan?
Yeah, so just so we're clear on sort of the order of operations here that the contractor will likely carry out. The alum treatment, would be happening mid-spring, so very soon. So having making sure that the permit is ironed out to all parties' satisfaction, I think is in everyone's interest, so that the work can be carried out. And the sediment testing we propose that would inform the alum would be happening, I believe, immediately in advance of the first alum treatment. So we'll have the data. We won't know what that data will show before the first alum hits the water, but we will have the baseline data of what the sediments are showing in terms of phosphorus and those other parameters that we've outlined that inform our treatment regime. So moving forward, it's, we'll know what the baseline is. We will be able to hit the ground running with the alum treatment because it's very important to time that. And I hope that can put some of those concerns to rest.
Thank you, Jonathan. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry, that actually confused me more. So you're going to collect baseline data, but not analyze it before you do the first treatment. But I thought earlier you had said that the treatments are going to be, like the dosing is going to be based on what's needed based on the baseline.
If I may, the dosing is based on the copious water column analysis, and I believe there's been some sediment analysis from the periphery of the pond. What we don't have currently is deep water sediment samples. So to me, that's conservative, that we're basing the alum dosage on, okay, how much is suspended in the water column and bioavailable. Yes, there could be more in the sediment, and we'll know that when we have that baseline, and maybe the subsequent dose is even greater because of that. I don't know. I'm not, the expert applicator here or licensed, alum person, but I think there's a fail-safe built in there, which is the testing, and that we're starting. Again, I hate to keep going back to it, but it's a fairly conservative approach, and that may not yield the biggest result. We may not be able to come to you and say, oh my gosh, we decreased it by half in the first year. That's not going to happen. But I think that the approach we're taking is one that we'd hope the commission would appreciate for its caution and the amount of testing that will inform future treatments.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification. Because as I understand it, the alum isn't going to bind to the phosphorus in the sediment anyways. It's only going to bind to the phosphorus that's in the water column. So that makes sense.
Ian, I saw your hand up.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Jonathan, for sort of filling that out. But in the application, basically, unless I've missed something, it's fairly vague to my non-scientific mind. When you say sediment sampling analysis will examine iron-bound phosphorus, total phosphorus, percent organics, and texture characterization. So you give, unless I've missed it in this presentation, there's no breakdown of what the organics are, or so it's, to my mind, it's fairly vague, and I'd like to see it filled out to exactly what you're going to test for. So I don't know if that's something that can be arranged with Jeff. So as we go forward with the orders of conditions, but thank you.
Thank you, Ian. That's a good question. If some of these test results can come in and then be provided early. Because I do understand the Conservation Foundation's need to kind of get this permitted so that we don't have, massive algae blooms this year. So I don't, want to hold them up longer than we need to. When we think about issuing an order and potentially getting test results back to us. Jonathan?
Thank you. Yeah, so my understanding, we have the data we need to be confident in our application per the water column data. The sediment data is to be good scientists and to really be tracking our progress, knowing that the sediment is a likely source of the water column phosphorus. So, and how much and to what degree that is remains to be seen. But again, with that baseline data, we'll know that. I think as we proposed it in the narrative and then in the first supplemental letter, we specify the number of deeper sediment samples that will take place, and the key numbers being, how much phosphorus is in it. So, I mean, again, going back to being laser focused on, what is it that's going to help us inform the treatment regime, and also the, all the extensive testing that's been done for 3 years by the Land Council will continue. So we'll have that data and be tracking many parameters in real time. So I just wanted to make that clear that there has been thorough testing and that will continue, and we'll get to see some really interesting things as the treatment begins and continues.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any other questions or comments? Looks like no. So I know we have everything we need to close. Karen and Jonathan, would you like to close? Okay. Is there a motion to close? Motion made by Seth. Is there a second? Seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Jonathan and Karen. I know we've asked you a lot of questions over the last two meetings, but genuinely for me, I appreciate, everything you're doing to be stewards of Nantucket's open space.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Great. So that moves us on to Park City Wind LLC, the New England Wind Connector. And it looks like we have Holly Johnston and Pat Johnson on.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you
Yes,
so
good
much.
evening.
Thank you so much, Chair Arisman, Pat Johnson, Manager of External Affairs at Avangrid Renewables. And just to start, I want to introduce my colleagues, Holly Carlson Johnston. She's with Epsilon Associates. We also have Chris Long from the Gradient Corporation with our team here this evening. Just really want to thank you for hearing this NOI application for New England Wind Connector 1, also known as Park City Wind. In this proposal, where this is an 800 megawatt clean homegrown renewable energy project, offshore wind project in the lease area just southwest of the Vineyard Wind lease area. This project will reduce carbon CO2 emissions by 1.59 million tons per year, the equivalent of removing 310,000 automobiles from the road. It will benefit the entire New England electric grid and help stabilize our winter energy spikes. It will also help reduce the need to run high emitting fossil fuel plants like the canal plants in those peak winter times. And this project will be critical to helping meet our climate goals, especially in Massachusetts under the new roadmap law passed by the legislature last year, which are now in state law. So we're really excited to give you some information on this project. And we're going to keep it brief and leave plenty of time for questions. Now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Holly. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And Pat's going to share a map up on the screen that may be helpful during my brief introduction for the project. So good evening. My name is Holly Carlson Johnston. I am an associate at Epsilon Associates, and I have been managing the state, regional, and local permitting for the New England Wind 1 connector. I was in front of this commission just a couple of years ago when we were permitting the Vineyard Wind connector, and now we're back to discuss a very similar and similarly important transmission project for renewable energy. We're really here to talk about a roughly 3-mile stretch of 2 offshore export cables proposed within Nantucket waters. But I did think it would be helpful to start out with a brief overview of the overall project context so you know how that piece fits in. The purpose of the project is to deliver about 800 megawatts of renewable energy generated at an offshore wind energy facility proposed in federal waters at its closest about 25 miles southwest of Nantucket. This is the southern green polygon at the bottom left of the image on your screens. The project has numerous benefits, but first and foremost, as Pat mentioned, about a 1.6 million ton per year reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. The overall project, known as Park City Wind, both the federal and state components, is under National Environmental Policy Act review, led by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, with many other agencies participating in that review. The New England Wind 1 connector, the name of the project involving state jurisdictional elements of the transmission, is also under extensive review. This includes the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act office, which completed its review at the end of January, the Energy Facilities Siting Board, Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, the Office of Coastal Zone Management, Cape Cod Commission, Martha's Vineyard Commission, local conservation commissions like you, and more. Transmission to deliver the clean energy to shore will be accomplished with 2 offshore export cables installed within a single offshore export cable corridor, what we refer to as the OECC, that will make landfall and interconnect to the New England electrical grid in Barnstable. This is shown on the graphic on the left side of your screen. A corridor, rather than specific cable alignments, has been defined to allow for optimization of the alignments throughout the entire route engineering process, to avoid and minimize impacts and to maximize the likelihood of successful cable burial. The OECC is the same as was defined for the Vineyard Wind Connector, but with some widening along its margins. And that widening accommodates some routing flexibility as well as anchoring, because we want to make sure that all project activities occur within that surveyed corridor. The Massachusetts Ocean Management Plan encourages the use of common corridors for infrastructure such as offshore cables. And I'd like to read you just a brief excerpt from that plan. This is a quote. "The intent of the Ocean Plan is to minimize the cumulative impact of future development by requiring that linear infrastructure be co-located within common or adjacent corridors to the maximum extent practicable, with allowances for sufficient space between projects for necessary operations and maintenance." End quote. The proposed project, by utilizing a common corridor that has been evaluated by multiple regulatory bodies as a favorable route that avoids and minimizes impacts, is consistent with this approach from the state's ocean management plan. The proponent has been coordinating with the Massachusetts Ocean Team for multiple years, with extensive marine surveys in the OECC from 2017 through 2020. The proponent can also keep the Conservation Commission informed of any additional marine survey work in the Muskegon Channel area if that is desired. The typical width of the OECC is about 3,800 feet. It's just over 1,100 meters. But it's important to note that the 2 offshore export cables are only about 10 inches in diameter, and the direct trenching impact is only about 1 meter or 3.3 feet wide. So therefore, although a corridor has been defined for this cable installation, the project will utilize only a very small portion of that corridor, leaving most of it unimpacted. The roughly 3-mile portion of the OECC in Nantucket Conservation Commission jurisdiction is on the right side of the map on your screens. At its closest, the OECC boundary is about 2.7 miles southwest of Muskegon Island. Cable installation will, of course, have some unavoidable temporary impacts to land under the ocean and land-containing shellfish, but these impacts will be minimized with appropriate construction methods and best management practices, and will meet the applicable state performance standards as well as criteria in the Nantucket Wetland Protection Regulations as described in the Notice of Intent. The majority of the export cables are expected to be installed using simultaneous lay and bury via jet plow or mechanical plow. These are the same methods as for Vineyard Wind Connector. And the typical cable spacing will be between 50 and 100 meters between cables. This spacing will both minimize the risk of damaging previously installed cable, and it will provide sufficient space for future maintenance or repair activities, should those be necessary. Typical installation speeds are expected to range from about 100 to 200 meters per hour. This means the duration will be about 3 to 4 days per cable in Nantucket waters. I mentioned that the cables will be buried. The target burial depth for those 2 cables is 5 to 8 feet, and burial is absolutely the priority. Some portions of Nantucket Sound have areas of active sand waves, which are dynamic features that move across the sea floor. As a result, where sand waves are large, it may be necessary to perform some pre-cable laying dredging to remove the tops of those features along the cable alignments, and thus ensure sufficient burial within the underlying stable seabed. Not much sand wave dredging is anticipated in Nantucket waters. Project engineers estimate a dredge length of only about 370 feet, and that's for both cables combined. Although it will be a priority to achieve adequate burial, we have included conservative estimates for cable protection should burial prove impossible in some areas. This cable protection could be in the form of concrete mattresses, rock placement, or gabion rock bags, as described in the Notice of Intent. And this protection would be expected to function as hard bottom. So that's the presentation we had prepared for tonight. We're certainly available for discussion and questions. Thank Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. When you stop screen sharing, I'll be able to get to questions. Awesome, thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Maureen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The widening of the OECC is the thing that most struck me about this. And I understand it provides more flexibility because you are not having to choose within a narrower area. But my concern was by the time you get your cable in, Vineyard Wind will have had their cable installed already. And, you know, if you've got, just for argument, let's say it's 5 feet wide and Vineyard Wind has their cable in the middle of it, say. I mean, how is that going to get managed in terms of both what you will be doing and what and essentially what the rules are for future other cables? Because looking at the maps and with all the other applicants that will be coming through, you know, the cumulative effect is something that I am most concerned about. So I would be interested in hearing what your position is on that. Thank you.
Sure. So I mentioned this OECC is essentially the same as was proposed for Vineyard Wind Connector, but it has been widened a bit. Let me give you a little more detail on that. It was essentially widened mostly towards the west. It was also in the Muskeget Channel area widened a bit to the east as well to provide additional anchoring flexibility there. Because again, as I mentioned before, we want to make sure all of the activities occur within a surveyed corridor. So we are obviously aware of all of the conditions present on the seabed where there may be some temporary project impacts. There's obviously communication between our project team and the Vineyard Wind Connector project team, and the cable lines for the Vineyard Wind Connector are east of the cable alignments that will be in place for the New England Wind 1 connector. You're correct that Vineyard Wind Connector's cables will be installed prior to the cables proposed for this project. And that same spacing of 50 to 100 meters between our two cables will also be in effect from the Vineyard Wind Connector cables. So we will maintain appropriate spacing to allow future repair or maintenance, for example, of any of these cables in the common corridor. Just also a comment about cumulative impacts as well. Thankfully, the cables, because they will be buried, largely do not have cumulative impacts since the vast majority of the installation impact will be temporary. The obvious exception here is with cable protection. Obviously, that will be a more permanent impact, but it is expected only where you may have hard bottom that prevents appropriate cable burial, and that cable protection would be intended to function as hard bottom. It's certainly reasonable for each subsequent project to assess cumulative impacts from its proposal and those that came before it. Of course, it's much more challenging, perhaps impossible, to assess cumulative impacts looking forward on a speculative basis for future developments. But of course, any future project would need to pursue its own permits and approvals and need to go through this assessment as well.
Maureen, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, Ashley, thank you. So Holly, I'm trying to explain this. Again, there's obviously you have a lot of unknowns, and this is a part of the not part of the problem really, but a lot of this is relatively shallow water, and which made me more concerned about cable protection, perhaps being necessary. And I know you can't. That I guess from what you said in the application, that it sounds like cable protection is unlikely to be necessary, but given the shallowness of the water, which apparently can have some impact on that, I guess I would just like you to address that more completely. And is that shallowness something that's going to be a concern with the part coming through our jurisdiction?
So Pat, are you able to share figure 2 of the notice of intent?
Absolutely. No,
It may just be helpful to have that up on the screen because it does provide some water depth data, Maureen. I would say, though, that the use of cable protection is not necessarily associated with water depth. It's much more associated with how consolidated the seabed sediments may be. Now, in some locations, there may be a correlation, but in others, there may not be. For example, a shallower area that exhibits sand waves, the reason we're proposing sand wave dredging is to ensure that you can still bury the cable there. So you wouldn't have cable protection in an area like that. Are folks seeing Pat's entire screen? I see just a portion of the map.
We don't see a lot of what's in our jurisdiction. So we're seeing
Okay.
kind of the western edge, I guess.
Oh, that's strange. Pat, let me try to share my screen and see if that,
Absolutely.
apologies for that, folks. So again, you should see more of a complete map up in front of you now, hopefully.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And this should look familiar. This is figure 2 from the notice of intent. Maureen, I just thought I'd put this up to illustrate the water depth data that you're talking about. The project engineers do, of course, try to avoid the areas of shallowest water because it does complicate cable installation. For example, it limits the size of the vessel that can be used. And we're obviously trying to maintain as much flexibility as possible so that we can achieve our burial depths and have the greatest range of vessels that we think would be appropriate for the project. So water depth is certainly one of the engineering considerations that goes into the entire routing assessment. But again, the use of cable protection itself is not necessarily directly correlated with water depth. It's much more the seabed sediments.
No, I appreciate that clarification. And I know that the hardness of the seabed is certainly that's a significant issue if you do run into that, during as you do more in depth, so to speak, research on what exactly is there. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Seth, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I have a variety of points on different topics, so I can go one by one.
Sure, one by one would be great.
Okay, so the first thing is sort of on the same vein as what Maureen was suggesting. I know that all of these projects that have leases, are undergoing their own permitting processes and have, in some cases, different ownership structures. But is there any chance to have a consolidated cable where the projects would lead into, let's say, a shared trunk line, and then they would all go to the mainland together? Because that would minimize the repeated temporary impacts of every couple of years going through and disturbing the seafloor. I understand it is temporary, but if you're doing it over and over and over again with a limited amount of time in between for kind of, the seafloor to heal itself, that creates a big cumulative impact.
Sure. This is, in our lingo, this is known as the generator lead line, which is kind of what we're proposing, versus a trunk line, if you will, or a coordinated approach. So this has been up for debate a lot in the offshore wind industry, and there are some real technical challenges to having a single trunk line, if you will, that gathers energy generated from a number of these offshore projects and brings it to the onshore grid. one of the biggest challenges is you need to find a part of the electrical grid that can accept this much energy. And that is a challenge. And it's frankly a discussion that we need to have at federal and state governmental levels and have larger coordination, because it will have a lot of impacts on electrical grid infrastructure. Another challenge to this is a legal aspect where you have transmission and generation under different ownership, and that creates a lot of risk for project developers because they don't have the certainty that the transmission will get the power to shore. So there are a lot of challenges that are way above my pay grade, but there are some very real reasons why those kinds of projects are not proposed right now. It's not to say there wouldn't be a possibility into the future, but it doesn't appear there on the near horizon. Pat, I'm not sure if you have anything to add.
I think you covered it very well, Holly, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Engelberg. Part of this job, I was chief of staff for Senator Julian Sear for almost 5 years, and so I worked on and saw quite a number of these proposals for shared cabling. And as Holly said, the biggest impediment there is that the way our electrical grid infrastructure and substations are, and the capacity at individual substations is so spread out that to do that would have to take a significant investment on that end, which would take years to then to make this something like that concept possible. So there's been a lot of discussion at it in the legislature, and Governor Baker has discussed that at different points, as have other leaders in other New England states. But that's kind of where that is at, and it's left individual projects finding what are called queue positions at different substations all across our region, without having sufficient capacity to put multiple projects power in one place.
And I would just add, one of the benefits of the approach we're pursuing now is reliability, because you end up having, yes, multiple cables, so you have more temporary impacts when you're going through the actual installation of these cables, of course. But you don't have a situation where a single trunk line, if there's an incident where it needs to undergo maintenance or repair, then none of that power is making it to shore. In this case, you do have reliability because you have some redundancy.
Thank you. So on my second topic, it's a variety of points that are really all connected. The first is, I don't believe that I have concerns that the 5 to 8 foot depth of burial proposed is inadequate. The only, real life example from New England that we have of offshore wind burial depth is from Deepwater Wind. They achieved like a 4 to 6 foot burial depth, and in many places their cable has become unburied. I think we should be aiming for a much deeper burial depth, and I also think we really need to be considering the techniques that we're using. One of the techniques proposed here is jet plowing, and I have significant concerns about jet plowing. I think that really it isn't going to be able to get a depth of, the depths I'd like to see. And it also, from my albeit limited research, doesn't seem like it's as successful at, really getting that cable anchored as other techniques that exist. And then just the last thing related to that is, I understand that you always strive for the best in projects and that burial is the ideal. I know cable protection is there because it needs to be, but I really have concerns about cable protection. That is going to be not a temporary impact. That's going to be a permanent impact to the seafloor. It's going to be an impact to natural resources, to migratory fish, to marine mammals, and it's also going to be an impact to way of life. It's going to be an impact to to anglers, going to be impact to boating navigation. And I really think we need to try, every technique other than that before we have to rely on cable protection.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let me,
Seth.
oh, I'm sorry. Sorry,
No,
Chair.
go ahead,
Eisman.
Holly.
So let me kind of try to take those one at a time, Seth. So the target burial depth of 5 to 8 feet is based on an engineering assessment called a cable risk assessment. That assessment is based on a number of factors, but it is intended to ensure that the cable stays buried. So it's not a shallow burial where some minor shifts in sediment could uncover it. It's also based on the risk of anchor drops and avoiding damage to the cables, or say fishing gear that interacts with the seabed and keeping the cable out of that zone of influence. So the target burial depth has been a topic of discussion with state and federal agencies for years now, since before the Vineyard Wind Connector project was proposed as well. That project also has a target burial depth of 5 to 8 feet. And from an engineering perspective, it's been considered sufficient for reducing risks. Of course, in an area of sand waves, for example, where you have mobile features, that's different, which is why the sand wave dredging is proposed to try to ensure that we get our burial depth within stable seabed and not the mobile seabed above. So in many instances, the burial depth will be greater than 5 to 8 feet. The jet plow technique that's proposed has been used in a lot of different applications and locations, including installation of the hybrid cable project to Martha's Vineyard back in 2015, I believe, if I still have that right off the top of my head. And it is also proposed as the main installation technique for the Vineyard Wind Connector. I'm sure you noticed in our notice of intent, we do have a number of other techniques that may not be the typical installation techniques, the techniques we anticipate using for the majority of the cable alignments, but they are more specialty techniques that can be used if for any reason the jet plow is having difficulty achieving target burial along a certain stretch of the cable. In terms of cable protection, you're absolutely right that we are trying to minimize the use of cable protection, but we have to include it as a last gap effort if burial is impossible. Again, this is another reason why we have multiple installation techniques included in our applications, in our permit applications, so that we can fall back to those. But you're right that is, if cable protection, is installed, that will be a permanent impact. Our hope is it's not a large functional permanent impact, because again, in terms of habitat conversion, cable protection is most likely where you have consolidated sediments or hard bottom that makes it more difficult to achieve target burial. That cable protection itself will function as a form of hard bottom habitat. So it's our hope that in terms of functional impact, we will be minimizing those adverse effects. I'm hoping I touched on all your points.
Yes, Seth, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, if I may, I know other people have things to say, but thank you, Holly. And I know obviously significant engineering studies have been done here in those studies. Does it seem like cable protection is really going to be required, or does it seem like it's in there more as a if need be?
It's a good question. That is the $1 million question, Seth. I would say the estimates we provide for cable protection, we try to be very conservative in making those estimates. Sincerely, we hope that cable protection is zero, but in reality, we anticipate it will likely be needed somewhere along the cable alignments. We certainly hope our estimates are well above what's actually needed.
Thank you. And just one more thing, and then I'll let someone else speak. I read in the notice of intent that the area proposes, proposed to avoid critical areas for the North Atlantic right whale. And although that may be technically true in avoiding critical areas, there are documented maps showing that right whales do in fact use the area that the cable is proposed to be laid in. So I think that, we need, or maybe it already exists in the research you've done, but we really need better analysis of what those impacts are. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
Certainly. So in addition to state level reviews, impacts to endangered species and marine mammals are comprehensively reviewed at the federal level under both the Endangered Species Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act. And you're right, the cable alignments will be avoiding the core habitat that's mapped for the North Atlantic right whale. But certainly that doesn't mean individuals of the species can't be present elsewhere outside that core habitat. In 2019, the proponent was part of an agreement with the National Wildlife Federation, the Natural Resources Defense Council, Conservation Law Foundation, pertaining to a comprehensive suite of protections for the North Atlantic right whale associated with the Vineyard Wind project. These protections were incorporated into the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's approval of the construction and operations plan for the Vineyard Wind project, and the proponent anticipates those same protections will be reflected in the approval for the Park City Wind project, which will of course also pertain to the cables we're talking about right now for the New England Wind 1 connector. Those include things like seasonal restrictions and mitigation for protocols for pile driving, which of course is in federal waters only, but also speed restrictions and things like the use of passive acoustic monitoring on crew transfer vessels. Cable laying activities, which of course we're talking about here in Nantucket waters, pose little threat to the North Atlantic right whale due to the very slow speeds at which the cable installations move along the corridor, typically under 1 knot. So those very slow speeds preclude concerns about, vessel whale strikes, for example, which are obviously a main issue for the North Atlantic right whale.
Thank you. Ian, I see your hand up.
You do, Madam Chair. Thank you. And following up on Seth's comment about how they've been having trouble with the cable in Block Island being exposed, I have before me a report from the Institute for Energy Research dated May 18th, 2021. That you may well be familiar with, titled Offshore Wind Experiences Problems with Transmission Cables. And in it, they say that with basically they're replacing 520 meters, and Ørsted and National Grid, that are in partners with this, are going to horizontal directional drilling, which will bury the cables at a depth of between 8 to 15 meters below the seafloor, compared with the current 1.2 to 1.8 meters.
Mm-hmm.
So it would seem to me that it's going to be inevitable that you're going to have the same issues that they've had in Block Island. And so my layman's question to you is, why are you not going with that form of burying in the first place, rather than ending up being before us in a few years' time, having to redo it?
Thank you for the question, Ian. So there's a couple of very important differences between the Block Island project and what we're proposing for the New England Wind 1 connector. First of all, the Block Island cables became unburied at the landfall site at the transition from offshore to onshore. So the couple of important differences. First, the landfall site for the Block Island project was in an erosive regime where the shoreline was actively eroding. Arlell and Barnstable, in contrast, has been accreting for decades. So we don't have the same erosive concerns at the landfall site itself. Second, the reason the Block Island cables became exposed in addition to that erosion is jet plow was actually used to install through the near shore, across the beach as well, and that resulted in insufficient cable burial of really only a few feet. So that shallow burial depth combined with the erosive environment caused the cables to become exposed. In contrast, the New England Wind 1 connector will achieve that offshore to onshore transition via horizontal directional drilling, which will actually be approximately 40 feet below the surface at the high tide line. So we are proposing exactly the method that National Grid is now going back or going back to do at their landfall site, at our landfall site in Barnstable. So it's not really, in this particular case, in terms of installation methods at the landfall site, the Block Island project really isn't an appropriate analogy for what we're proposing here. And horizontal directional drilling is not a method that can be used along a long linear transmission line. It's really used for shorter distances, for those offshore to onshore transitions. For example, it would be a methodology that could be used to cross a river and avoid direct impacts to the river if you're going shore to shore. But it's not an appropriate methodology to use for miles of cable being proposed in the open ocean.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I feel I've got a quarter of an engineering degree under my belt already. So several of us have been had people express concern about magnetic fields, which I'm sure you've heard many times. And I know that the Deepwater Wind Farm commissioned a report to allay some of those concerns. Have you done that, or would you like to address those concerns? Thank you.
Sure, we'd be happy to talk about EMF, and that's actually, we have our EMF expert on the line, Chris Long from Gradient Corporation. We asked Chris to join the group here tonight because Gradient performed the magnetic field modeling for the project, which involved modeling both onshore and offshore. We're obviously focused on offshore tonight. So let me just give a lead in, and then maybe I'll, Chris, pass it along to you for the more technical details. But I will say that since these offshore export cables will be buried, they will not create an electric field. There will be some magnetic field from the cables, and that's what was modeled for both the Energy Facilities Siting Board analysis, and we also included it in some of our MIPA documents. The modeling was extremely conservative. For example, it assumed the project was operated at full load, so the full approximately 800 megawatts. It also assumed straight rather than helical conductors. The offshore cables will have 3 core conductors, and they will be essentially twisted, which does provide some cancellation of magnetic field. So it does mean our modeling was very conservative. Magnetic field from offshore cables does drop off very rapidly with distance. That distance is both laterally and vertically. So considered together with the cable spacing of 50 to 100 meters between cables, it means there really is no cumulative impact in terms of magnetic field with these cables that we're proposing. I'll also just add before handing it off to Chris that there's no evidence linking EMF from wind turbine cables to negative responses in marine species. And that's been backed up by some recent studies conducted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. They did essentially their own study in 2018 about potential EMF effects on sensitive species, including lobster and skate, showing that operating cables did not create a barrier to species migration or harm. Interestingly, the magnetic field involved in that study was an order of magnitude higher than for the project you're reviewing tonight. And more recently, BOEM also undertook a review of currently available science on exactly this topic, which essentially concluded that there are no detrimental effects found in fish from EMF from these operating cables either. But Chris, why don't I hand it to you, see if you have anything to add from a more technical side.
Hello. I think Holly did a really good job of hitting the high points from the EMF assessment that we did. As Holly mentioned, our report addresses magnetic field impacts from the submarine export cables, as well as from onshore components associated with the project. I'm probably going to repeat a bunch of things that Holly has already said, but it's really important to note that magnetic fields associated with the submarine export cables, as well as associated with more traditional overhead or underground transmission lines on shore, they drop off very rapidly with distance as you move away from the conductors. So this affects, this is important both as you move laterally away from the conductors buried within the seafloor. It's also important as you move vertically within the water column. Magnetic field levels drop off very rapidly with distance. And as a result, they have, they're very localized areas where there's going to be any magnetic field impact associated with the submarine export cables. And just adding to what Holly said with respect to what's known about potential impacts to marine organisms, one thing to emphasize that for this project, we're talking about 60 hertz alternating current AC submarine export cables, and they produce 60 hertz AC magnetic fields. These are very different from static magnetic fields, such as those associated with the Earth's geomagnetic field. They're very different, and kind of you're likely all familiar with the fact that some marine organisms are sensitive to the Earth's geomagnetic field for a variety of purposes, for orientation, for migration, for navigation. But there's been an extensive and growing body of research looking at whether marine species are sensitive to 60 hertz AC magnetic fields. And that body of research indicates that 60 hertz AC magnetic fields are outside the typical tune range of electromagnetic sensitive marine species. The body of evidence indicates that they're not going to be able to detect 60 hertz alternating current magnetic fields. So I'll kind of leave it there for now. I'm happy to answer any specific questions that people have.
And I think I would add just one thing. Chris and I both mentioned that magnetic field drops off rapidly with distance. I just want to give you a couple of numbers to go along with that from our EMF modeling. So magnetic field is measured in the unit milligauss. The International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation defines a health-based guideline of 2000 milligauss, just for context. Our modeling showed that at the seafloor, directly above the cable center line, assuming our minimal burial depth of 1.5 meters or 5 feet, the level would be 84 milligauss. Moving 20 feet to the side, that would drop to 5. So that's just an example of how rapidly that magnetic field does diminish with lateral distance from the cable.
So, well, thank you very much for your answers, and hopefully that'll allay people's fears. I'm curious, although it's sort of an indirect, it has no direct bearing on this, but I'm curious personally as to whether the same is true with HVDC, high voltage direct current. And I know in Europe that they are trying to switch over to that because of energy losses. But I assumed from what Pat was saying about the lack of infrastructure that isn't possible for you to use that if you were interested in using that as a form of transmission. But does that also have similar characteristics in terms of potential interference with marine life?
Chris, I may let you handle that one if you can.
Yeah, I can handle the second part of the question with respect to possible impacts to marine life. As I mentioned, there are magnetosensitive marine species such as scades, sharks, certain fish species that rely on the Earth's geomagnetic field for navigation purposes, for migration. Direct current submarine export cables would be associated with static magnetic fields, which can either add or subtract to the Earth's geomagnetic field. So they are different from 60 hertz AC magnetic fields. However, again, I mean, similar to what we've talked about already from the 60 hertz AC submarine export cables, magnetic fields associated with direct current submarine export cables also drop off very rapidly with distance in a similar fashion. So they're going to have, any impact to static magnetic fields is again going to be localized right around the submarine export cables. And when you move a certain distance, 15, 20 feet away from the cables, you're going to be back down to very low levels, relative to the Earth's geomagnetic field, which, in this part of southeastern Massachusetts, it would be, I guess, on the order of about 520 milligauss or so. So with respect to the cables, that's going to be a very, small fraction of that, a small lateral distance away from the cables.
Well, thank you for indulging me in a question that wasn't really specifically relevant. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would just add that DC cables are not out of the realm of possibility for offshore wind projects, but they're typically used for much longer transmission projects than what we're talking about tonight. Ian, exactly for the reason you mentioned, to reduce line losses. But DC cables are much more expensive, and they also require a lot more infrastructure on either end. So there can be greater impacts as well, at least associated with that infrastructure on the ends.
Thank you.
I know I have a few questions, and then Seth, I'll go to you. Along the lines of, I think both Seth and Maureen said this, I'm worried about the cumulative impacts of multiple cables going through this area. And I know I was sitting on the Vineyard Wind application, and we had a specific finding that multiple cables could be problematic. So I'm curious if like at this 50 to 100 meter separation, how many cables could theoretically go into this area?
Into this corridor?
Yep.
My guess, Pat, would be 3 more.
Yeah, I would say with that distancing we have now, Madam Chair, that 3 more.
Okay. And then I guess another concern, and I'm all for clean energy, but it does worry me that the federal and state level haven't really thought through like upgrades to the infrastructure of our energy grid to try and streamline these projects into, one cable or maybe 2 main cables for all the projects. And I feel like we are a little bit of a guinea pig with all of these cables kind of being proposed in one area. And I do worry, kind of as Seth mentioned, that they're not going in at the same time. So you have kind of this rolling impact that in some ways could perpetuate for, a decade, and kind of what that will do to the marine habitat, the organisms that use it, and, the people and the economy that relies on it, is certainly a concern.
Yeah, so Pat, were you going to jump in?
I was just on the grid modernization, or the lack of movement on this from federal and state governments. Just completely agree. And luckily, on at least in Massachusetts, there's movement this legislative session on some grid modernization efforts and some provisions that would particularly obligate the utilities to make substantial grid modernization projects. But we're woefully behind, and obviously in these last couple of years, we've seen significant influxes of, now with the infrastructure bill passed by the Congress and other sources, into funding that could fund projects like these on the public level. But obviously in prior years, we did not see that. And this is yet another, lack of infrastructure investment. But Holly, I'll turn to you on the rest.
Yeah, I was going to say something along the same lines, Pat. And unfortunately, I think we're in a position where so obviously I'm also a proponent of clean energy, Chair Harrisman. And I think in my opinion, at least, based on what I'm seeing at the federal and state government levels on something broader, we need to be acting sooner than that timeline is looking like in order to make a difference in the potential scope of impacts from global climate change. So, I think the benefits from these projects, why are we moving on this right now? Because the benefits are massive, and it's the offshore wind energy is really the only option we have here in New England for homegrown renewable energy at this scale. So I think it's a tremendous resource. I think that the benefits of each of these projects connecting mean, for example, the grid in southeastern Massachusetts is already being bolstered, and Nantucket will certainly see direct benefits from that from a grid reliability perspective. But I think we're in a position where it's interesting.
Thank you. And Seth, I saw your hand go back up.
Yes, two questions, one for Chris and one for Holly. To Chris, the EMF studies that you've referenced, you talked specifically about fish and possibly shellfish, but have they considered impacts to other marine species such as marine mammals or pelagic seabirds?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a growing body of studies. They consist of experimental laboratory studies, also experimental studies conducted in field settings, and then there also are survey studies that have been done in areas with existing submarine export cables, whether they're AC cables connecting two bodies of land, or in Europe AC submarine export cables associated with offshore wind projects. So that there are a number of different types of studies. I believe that there have been some studies specific to marine mammals, such as turtles, for instance. And I think the general consensus across a variety of different marine species is that they're not sensitive to 60 hertz AC electric and magnetic fields. That electrosensitive and magnetosensitive marine species are more sensitive to static electric and magnetic fields, essentially the same frequency as the Earth's geomagnetic field.
Thank you. If you are able to provide some of those to the commission, I would certainly appreciate reviewing them. And then to Holly, so I take your point about the horizontal directional drilling being used in the inshore environment. I think that's a good idea, but I'm wondering in some of the other areas where the installation may be tricky, where you're talking about cable protection possibly, could that method also be used for short periods in those areas to get at a deeper depth and minimize the need for protection?
I'm not aware of any offshore transmission cable that has been installed via horizontal directional drilling along any of its length other than at the landfall site. It involves setting up a drill rig for, let me just give you context. The HDDs we're proposing, so one per cable alignment at the landfall site, are about 1,000 to 1,200 feet long. And it's going to be about a 16-week operation to do that length. So in the offshore marine environment, it would be extraordinarily difficult in the open ocean. So I'm not aware of any instance where that has occurred.
Ian, I thought I saw your hand go up.
Well, you did, Madam Chair, and it's just that in the BOEM report that I referenced earlier, they mentioned that amongst other things, that turtles aren't actually, because they have to surface to breathe, they're not on the bottom very often. And I'd be happy to provide the report to Jeff to forward, because it makes interesting reading. I'll ask Jeff to forward it to my fellow commissioners.
Thank you, Ian. Any other questions or comments from commissioners before we open it up to the public? Okay, so I'll open this up for public comment. I just want to remind members of the public to please state your name before speaking, and try not to be, repetitive of other public comment if possible. But I will open it up now. Please raise your hand if you're on the Zoom call, either virtually or in the your camera window, and you will be recognized. Veronica?
Yes. Hi, how are you? I am Veronica Bonet. I am with the organization Nantucket Residents Against Turbines. And I don't really have any additional comments other than what we submitted in writing. And I just wanted to confirm that those had been received by the commission.
Is that the letter that came from
Valerie Oliver? Yes.
Yes, we received that letter. Yes.
Okay. And then I do have one question that I wouldn't ask if it hadn't come up, but there was some discussion about the infrastructure not exactly being there on land, so that the latest technologies, including single cables or trunk lines, as you described them, were being used. And I wonder if that doesn't also translate to the need for baseload power on land. And I know that Holly mentioned, the importance for acting quickly on climate change and mentioned the greenhouse gas savings. So my question is, are your greenhouse gas analysis, is that net of the baseload power that's required on land? Or are you just saying in your, amount of tons of reduction that is the wind turbines create this, so therefore that's what's reduced? Or are you also including in that analysis the baseload power on land?
Thank you for your question. Holly, do you want to try and take that?
Sure. So it does account for baseload emissions and essentially a phasing in of offshore wind as you have dirtier, for lack of a better term, generation phasing out. I would also point out that one of the big benefits of this project and projects like it are grid reliability benefits. As folks know, we have had a lot of, as folks probably know, we've had a lot of power plant retirements, including nuclear as well as coal. Brayton Point obviously is no longer generating power, and projects like this will go a long way towards reinforcing the electrical grid and bringing that clean renewable energy online.
Okay, and my other question is, at some point, can you provide a diagram that shows all of the cables that your organization has planned to go through the Muskegee Channel? So the documents you provided for tonight's meeting show the Park City wind cables, but it's the same company, is my understanding, at least it's the same lease area, that has already gotten the approval for Vineyard Wind. So I was surprised not to see those cables on the diagram. You have a third area, which is, I think you're going to call it Commonwealth Wind. I would think you could anticipate those cables. There's already another company, Mayflower Wind, that I think is separate from you guys, that is planning cables through the same area. And then a leasehold that I think you guys just spun off to somebody else is also planned to go through the same channel. So I think it's unfair to present the the plans without including those other cables, because how can this board rule on this knowing everything else is going to come down the line? I'm trying to do the math. I don't know the distances out there. I know when I'm out there in a small boat, it doesn't feel like there's as much space as you're saying, but maybe there is. And I think that that really is something that you guys should provide, and that Conservation Commission should have the ability to take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you. I do agree. It would be nice to see, generally where the cables would lay out in relation to each other. Pete?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. I've been talking with Pat.
So Pete, sorry to interrupt. Can you just state your full name for the record?
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. So my name is Pete Kaiser. I've been around the water for the last 40 years. I'm somewhat familiar with it. We fishing, diving, salvage work, flying. So, and I've got a vested interest as far as not especially for myself, but as far as the underwater environment goes. And the fact that what draws me into this, what drew me into the first one, was the fact that we were approached to see if it was going to be okay if basically they came through for about a 2-mile. Are you still there? Hello? Hello?
We're still here, Pete.
Okay. So anyway, the fact that on the Vineyard Wind, they were going to go through 2 or 3 miles. You keep blipping out. Still there?
All of us are still here, okay?
Yeah.
So
All right,
just keep on talking,
I'm going to
Pete.
keep talking. I'm just going to keep talking. So here we
Good
go.
man.
So when they came to us, I was notified by the town to what I thought about it. And when they applied, they said, well, we're going to be running through, we would like to run through Nantucket municipal waters for 2 to 3 miles. And during that process, we're going to use the jet plow. I'm very familiar with it because I worked on the electric cable that we ran to the mainland. So I've got a lot of info on that also, the problematic parts and stuff. Anyway, face value, when they asked to be able to do that, I said, you want to come in here, ruin 2 to 3 miles of habitat, which is becoming a scarce thing. The more climate change happens and stuff. I said, my face value would be absolutely not, unless you were willing to mitigate for the destruction you're going to do to that bottom. So we had talked, and a kid, Nate, was in charge of it then. And he seemed very forthcoming to say, well, that's understandable. So in the mitigation package, the financial compensation, they had planned on doing that. And again, if and when this thing goes through, I just want to make sure that if they're going to ruin some of that habitat, that there are, some of those monies are earmarked to replace the habitat. And the best way that a lot of places are doing that are with artificial reefs. They did it over on the Cape, off of Harwichport. They put a reef in there. Yarmouthport, they put another one in there. And it's no more than just chunks of concrete, some fabricated things that hold fish better. So that is one of my main concerns, because I've just been alerted and I didn't know about it. But the first cable that went through, and this discussion came up, and I was all over it. But then we had a few deaths in the family, and I sort of stepped away. And but anyway, when this one came up, I'm back on it, and let's put it this way: there's less habitat happening, and we need to protect what's there. And again, if somebody's going to ruin this habitat, it needs to be replaced with some sort of an artificial reef. Or also those monies should be earmarked for things like at the first bridge, that's shoaling up in there, where a lot of times the heron that used to run in through there, the alewives, and now they can barely get through there. That's come up in the last 2 or 3 years. A lot of fishermen are wound up about that, and they'd like to see that dredged. So again, some of these monies that are offered up in compensation, let's make Nantucket a healthier ecosystem. And those heron also, as you were witnessing earlier, was talk about the amount of algae blooms. Heron and alewives and Bunker, which are some of the #1 filter feeders in the West Atlantic, they used to go up in there. The herring used to go in there and just by the thousands and clean this place up because they do eat algae. Any kind of a marine project, the town pier I know needs some money over in that area. So these monies that are being offered in compensation of ruining that habitat, I believe should stay in the marine world, where I found that a lot of it is going elsewhere to other organizations, which is fine. I just wanted to get that off the plate. If there's no finances being earmarked to redo that marine habitat or marine projects, I would say no, and a lot of other fishermen would say the same. As far as this whole cable and like she was saying, maybe 4 days it would take them to go through there. Well, we ran the cable from the beach out to the end of the jetty where the bar runs to the west from the jetty up to Nantucket. It took probably, depends on the time of year, but it took almost a month to a month and a half to just get that in there. These boats are big. And so when they talk about going into the shallow water, we need to find out a little more about that. In fact, the lady there that was talking about the boats and the size of the cable, I was just curious if she could answer a question about how long is the run of cable on that boat before they have to make a splice? Is she still there?
Yeah, we're all still here. Are you referring to Holly?
I guess Holly. Just curious of how long is that cable?
So I don't have the distance off the top of my head, but I do know that there will be a single run of cable from the landfall site out into federal waters where there will be a single splice. So Pete, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but the cable reel is long.
Okay. The one that we helped run from here, Phil Osley, Floppy, a bunch of us were involved with running the cable for the first mile. And that boat, it was about a 28-mile run of cable on that boat. It was a huge boat. The draft was enormous. And I'm just curious, going through these shallow waters that they're going to take, if they're going to be able to do that. And when what happened is they had an incident where they anchored up when the storm was coming halfway across the sound. They anchored up, the wind shifted, blew like 50 or 60 out of the northwest. They chafed the cable. It sounds like making a splice is an easy thing, but actually they had to bring a jackup barge from New York Harbor all the way up here. It took them 2 weeks of that jackup barge and around the clock to actually make that splice. So did you mention what time of year they were going to be doing this work?
Go ahead, Holly.
Sure. So the time of year restrictions are not yet finalized. They'll be finalized during the federal and state level reviews. But based on our experience with Vineyard Wind Connector, we expect very similar time of year restrictions to apply to the New England Wind 1 connector that we're talking about tonight. That would involve installation of sections of the offshore export cables that pass through from about the landfall site to a distance of 24 to 27 kilometers offshore. That would be between July and March, but would avoid April through June. So it would avoid the spring months. That's mainly to minimize impacts to the squid fishery.
All right. The jet plowing, I'm very familiar with that. We were diving on it because the thing would get jammed up if we did hit some hard bottom. But it worked. It was 5 feet, and that's what they figured they got, 5 to 6 feet. It did work. As far as how much area either side of that, I'd say it would be more of about an 8 to 10 foot swath. Because when they're blowing, they're basically emulsifying that sand and it's caving in on both sides. So I think your comment was about a 2 or 3 foot distance, laterally. It's about 10 feet, just trying to clarify that. The cable protection, when you talked about these basically cages of gravel, like Belgian blocks. That will, over time, that does become habitat, like hard bottom that you're going to be going through. So I don't have a problem with that, but I would like to see somehow if you could push for it, that on the charts, that it would be marked wherever that is, because that way the draggers would not hook onto it and possibly expose the cable. So I don't know if they plan on what your, assistance is with NOAA as far as marking that cable, so that even the guys would know not to fish there, because a chance of hooking onto some of those, cages, and then, exposing the cable. Also, that when you're talking about doing some dredging, I don't know if it's on schedule, but I believe it should be done at least once a year, that they should have to go through, put the gear on board. I've done it off Sconset a lot, but the bathymetric study to see if that sand has moved much. Because on the west end between the vineyard and Muskeget and Nantucket, Mattocket, that sand moves a lot. You may blow through there and have it down 8 feet, and you come back the next year after some storms, it could be fully exposed. So at that given time, if that does happen, they would then be able to go out and put some more of these rock, protectors over top of them. This is just some things I'm trying to throw out there. Because again, we were on that project on both sides, on this side and in Hyannis. I got a couple calls into some of my buddies that fish over there a lot, because there's a lot of bottom fishing that goes on right where the landfall was in Hyannis. A lot of black sea bass, squid, scup. And we're trying to find out if there is any interaction, pro or con, with the cable. And I'll get back to everybody on that. These guys fish it for a month straight, every like May and June. Let's see here.
All right.
I guess that for right now, that's about it. But I just want to make the fact that I feel that the people in Nantucket were cheated, because a lot of that money that was given the first time around was not put toward marine projects, again, especially to redo the habitat that you're going to destroy. I mean, there's not a lot of it left. A lot of the draggers and gear types that go around the island that we've been, plummeted with over the past years, the hydraulic sea clambers, they leave a 10-inch trench wherever they go. And that just trashes the whole, ecosystem. So again, if we brought this to a town meeting, I believe it'd probably be about a unanimous vote that a lot of that money should be earmarked to make up a mitigation for the destruction that you're going to cause. And I'm for it. The green energy, that's great. But I've also would like to talk with some friends and come up with some discussion about what they might want to look at a year after, 2 years after. So I think that's enough for now, but I guess we'll be talking.
All right. Thank you so much, Pete, for your perspective. I know with a recent application we had, we were wondering about mitigation taking place, in other locations if it can't be done on site. So maybe that's something Jeff can continue to maybe look into for us, which speaks to the earmarking funds for, habitat improvement elsewhere, because I do think that is very valuable. And Ian, your hand's been up for a while, so I'll go to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I'll defer to Pat Johnson before weighing in. So,
okay. So Pat, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to briefly say, first of all, thank you, Pete, for all of your comments and helpful feedback, given your years of experience on relevant matters here. I did just want to say that, especially to the artificial reef point, Pete and I spent a couple times last week together going through that, and he's really educated me personally on the benefits of that. So, the thing I just want to say on that is we have a prior agreement that the town facilitated that our Park City Wind project, if we reach financial close and were to move forward, would allocate a $3 million contribution to the Nantucket Community Foundation that then the town would have the ability to decide what to spend on. So certainly from our project team's perspective, if Pete and others want to bring that proposal forward, certainly seems like given the precedent it has in a couple of communities on Cape Cod, it's certainly worth consideration that could be a potential use of those funds. And when Pete has shared with me, potential cost figures for a project like this, it certainly seems like it's would be pretty affordable. But obviously that's something for the town to decide. But just wanted to offer that up and thank Pete as well for spending time with me and other members of our team before this meeting.
Thank you. So Ian, I'll go to you.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Pat, is there, or I'm curious, is there any, has there been any thought of some photographic monitoring to allay Pete's concerns? Or for all of us, I think we'd be interested to see how the bottom recovers.
Looks like Holly has an answer as well. So.
Okay.
I'd be happy to take that one, Ian.
Sure.
So post-construction, geophysical surveys will be conducted during the operations and maintenance phase of the project, and those will inspect cable burial depth and will also serve as built surveys, for example. The project is also committed to developing an appropriate benthic habitat monitoring plan for the project in consultation with state and federal agencies. Those agencies include, but certainly aren't limited to, DEP, DMF, and CZM. A framework for this plan was included in the final environmental impact report we submitted to the MEPA office. And we do expect the final plan would be memorialized in the water quality certification that would be issued by DEP. We could certainly provide that final plan to the Conservation Commission as well, if that were a condition you'd like to include. But we do expect that recolonization and recovery will be benefited by the relatively narrow area of impact and the similarity of adjacent unimpacted habitat. I do just want to mention as well that the cable design is expected to include what is called a distributed temperature system, or DTS. What that allows is continuous monitoring of the cable temperature, and significant changes in temperature recorded by this system may be used to indirectly indicate cable exposure. So just some of the ways in which right. That's monitored.
Well, thank you. I certainly don't want to add to your burden, which sounds considerable, but a photograph is worth 1,000 words for many people. So I don't know if that would add a burden to have some underwater photography on an annual basis. Would that be something you would consider, or?
So the geophysical surveys, and Pat, you may know this, but I'm not 100% sure. They may already include some video component. Certainly, the benthic habitat monitoring plan will absolutely include a video component in those surveys. I know that plan isn't finalized yet, but if it's modeled after what was done for Vineyard Wind, what we anticipate doing for Vineyard Wind Connector based on that finalized plan, it would be in years 1, 3, and 5. And we certainly expect recovery before that point. If there's not recovery, then monitoring would continue. But you would have video monitoring results in conjunction with the benthic habitat monitoring plan.
Thank you. And I assume that would be available for the Conservation Commission?
We could certainly provide you results of any benthic habitat monitoring plan. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, thank you, Holly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. So Pete, I see your hand up again. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah. Okay. How about now? Good?
Yep, we can hear you now.
All right. One other question that's been around forever, for the last few years anyway, since we were first approached from Vineyard Wind. And Holly, you might be able to help us out, or Pat, is the fact that you're coming to the Nantucket municipality because you want to run something through Nantucket municipal waters. Now, the question first came up and we thought, why are they coming to us instead of the state? And then we found out more about the law that says that local coastal municipalities have the authority to say what can and what cannot happen inside of 3 miles, no deeper than 80 feet. I believe that's part of the Wetlands Protection Act under land under the water. So Holly, you're your lawyer. Could you clarify if that's why you're first coming to us, that we do have the final say? I know it happened over in Edgartown, where they went to Edgartown and asked to put a cable through, and they looked at it and said, no, we're not going to let you do this because you're going to ruin the habitat. And it went to court. And I guess what happened is the administration, for the greater good of the Commonwealth, said, I know they're going to damage some stuff, but for the green energies, let's let it happen. And then they got also compensated. But is it your understanding that Nantucket municipality, we have the say if to let you do this or not?
Madam Chair, would you like me to respond?
Sure, Pat, if you have a response. Yep.
Sure. I can't add much here, Pete. Obviously, this is the reason we're here. We're here because Nantucket has and the Conservation Commission has jurisdiction over these matters. But I'm not a lawyer. I'm happy to try to get further information if it might be helpful to you. Or I'm sure also potentially the town's council could answer some of those questions, but obviously we're here because the Nantucket Conservation Commission has the relevant jurisdiction.
Thank you. Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because it came up, the issue of offshore mitigation, I did do some research into this. Jeff may know more, but in my limited research, it seems like within the Wetlands Protection Act and within our local regulations, off-site mitigation isn't really something that can be considered. It certainly exists in lots of other processes, including MIPA and NHESP and federal and state reviews, but within the specific jurisdictional regulations that we are charged with, in my understanding, it's not really a thing, but I may be wrong. That's just what I read. And then secondly, I agree with Ian that, having some photo or video monitoring of the cable to see the status annually is a good idea. Something also that could be considered is, like marine seismic reflection or refraction to see, what the below C4 impact would be. And then, because otherwise, if it's not exposed, you're just going to get a video of nothing. I guess negative data is good. It shows that it's not exposed, but doesn't really show you where it's moved. So if it was at 8 feet and it's now at 2 feet, it won't show you that. And then just the last thing to consider is, I know trying to use GPS underwater is extremely difficult, but is there any way to have some integrated elevation monitoring systems baked into the cable itself so that you could get automated depth monitoring? I'm way out of my engineering element here, but if that is possible and you wouldn't have to kind of after the fact monitor it, you would already know, that'd be great.
Holly or Pat? Holly?
Sure. Let me just say the post-construction geophysical surveys would absolutely provide information about cable burial depth and would show how that may or may not be changing over time. As for anything kind of baked into the cable that would demonstrate real time kind of on a constant basis, I'm not. Again, we're out of my engineering depth as well with that one, but I'm not aware of anything quite like that. And there's the DTS system that I I mentioned regarding cable temperature that can, small variations in temperature can indicate whether a cable's been exposed. But beyond that, Pat, I'm not sure if you had anything to add.
Just that Commissioner, we can ask our cable manufacturer, is the Prismian Group, that's actually going to be building a massive new facility in Somerset at Brayton Point for our project. And we can certainly ask them if they have, they've done a lot of, other offshore wind cable projects, if they've have any history doing that. But otherwise don't know. We'll certainly ask if there's a GPS capability.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Maureen, I had seen your hand up, and then Mark, I see yours up now.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to provide some information about mitigation beyond what Seth said, which I know we have talked about trying to do offsite mitigation, and we don't have that ability yet in our regulations. But I'm on the town wind turbine working group, and we have worked with the town in negotiating, getting essentially mitigation for both, being a National Historic Site, for being, for being able to get money to use for coastal resiliency projects on island. I don't recall that we had that suggestions were made at the time specifically about the marine environment, a la the ones that Pete was talking about. But for us to, for the town to be able, for this island to be able to do something about getting meaningful mitigation, we need to, and there's certainly going to be forums, because we have not gotten to where we're negotiating, final agreements yet. And the town, making the town aware that the marine environment needs to be also included in what mitigation we can look for, because the town can do that. We can't as the Concom, but the town can do that. And I think it would make a deal of sense. I've also spoken to Lauren Sinatra, who's the town energy coordinator, and also, about this. And she has been very much involved with the various negotiations we've had with other companies. And so that mitigation is already being discussed. And so it's the kind of thing we'll have to figure out how much, there's all kinds of negotiations about amounts and what it could be used for and the rest of it. But I think it's something that the town should do, that the select board should make sure that that's part of the negotiations. I think it's very important. And so just to know that that's where that would happen, as opposed to us on the Concom. So
Thank you, Maureen.
I think.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Mark?
Thank you, Ashley. I want to echo something that Seth said earlier, but I've fished the Nantucket Channel and off Muskeget and Tuckannock for many, many years, and it's a very dynamic, changing area. Excuse me. You've not picked the deepest spot by a long shot. You're out of the channel, and you're in fairly shallow water in some places. And I just echoing some of the thoughts that Seth had about the depth of the cable not being insufficient at 1.5 meters plus a little maybe. We've had the cable to the Nantucket's extension cord to Harwichport has been busted once due to a fishing boat, I believe, and it was quite a procedure to get it fixed because that came up on the surface. I'm worried about the area you've chosen to put the cable in as being a very dynamic area. The sandbars change every year. Your GPS map and chart are worthless there when you go through, when you're in shallow water. It just changes every year after every storm possibly. But that's just a thought I had, and I think it should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So at this point, do we have any more questions or comments? Looks like no. Oh, Corey Gamble.
Just have one more. Corey Gamble. I don't know if I'm supposed to say introduce myself, but I make my living fishing on the West End. I know that water very well. And I appreciate there's been a lot of research done about what's going on, and everyone's said a lot of things. My one comment is from a mitigation to what Maureen said, and this probably isn't CONCOM, but the reason mitigation is I think going to take place is because of the destruction to the natural resource. And I think it is absolutely silly that the town debates where that $3 million should go to, because it's mitigation for one purpose. And doesn't mean it's one reef or whatever, but it seems like the money that came from the Vineyard Wind went to a lot of different places, and where the main destruction is to the ocean floor. And I get it, and I get the green power, and I'm actually in some ways for this. I get where we're going. And again, I'm fishing that water every single day. So I'm not against what's going on, but if we're going to get mitigation, it should go to solve the problem that's being addressed. And I just wanted to say that. So Maureen, if you're on some sort of, forum there or whatever, there shouldn't be a debate as to where this money is going. Every dollar should go back to the water in some capacity, and rebuilding, whether it's habitat within the harbor to help with the eelgrass, or artificial reefs, or dredging along a pond. Every single dollar should go back to the water. And that's just my firm point I want to stand on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Corey. Veronica, I see your hand up again.
Yes, hi, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure, since this mitigation money was brought up, that the people here understand that mitigation money is for the entire project, and that the entire South Shore viewshed of Nantucket is affected by this. There is not one place on Nantucket that these turbines are not going to be easily seen at all times of day and night. And so, yes, it's important to mitigate what's going on in Muskegon Channel, but the issue of mitigation is a lot broader than this.
Yes, I think as far as, the Conservation Commission, the mitigation we have to focus on is wetlands jurisdiction.
Right. I understand, but just I wanted to make sure that people that are here aren't misunderstanding that. And anyone who hasn't looked at the visual simulations should, because my group's concern is the North Atlantic right whale. And this group tonight is concerned about the Muskegon Channel, but there's a lot more going on with this project than either one of those things.
Yes, thank you. And, we appreciate the issues of like the visuals with the wind farm. Unfortunately, for us, it's the small stretch of cable that goes through Nantucket waters that, that we can speak on. But I think, I'm happy that you've described these other issues. Ian?
Oh dear. Thank you, Ashley. So I've just driven back from Boulder, where there's over 4,000 wind turbines in Kansas. There's 6,000 in Iowa that provide nearly 40% of Iowa's electrical load. I love them. The more, the better, because it's an existential threat. I'm afraid, Veronica, we're going to agree to disagree on that one, but I actually raised my hand because of, Pete's point, from the point of view of trying to at least funnel some of, should there be money for mitigation. Is there any way we could structure the orders of conditions, Jeff, so that we can direct some of the funds, or is that beyond our purview? Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Ian. I think that can go to Jeff. I'm sure we could write a letter too, to make our point heard. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the administration of those funds has a pretty set path for how those are going to be allocated. I think if the commission wanted to throw their hat in the ring to participate in that discussion, they certainly could. But I know that's a process that's well developed, and you know, I tend to agree with Veronica a bit that there's lots of other impacts for the project totality that are involved. But I think certainly as part of this project, if the commission wanted to draft a letter to send in, that would be possible to do.
Thank you, Jeff. Mark?
I think we're a little off topic here, how we're going to spend the money. I think we should focus more on the application.
Right. No, I think that it just hits the mitigation piece, but I agree. So are there any further questions or comments at this point? Just because we do have a fairly long agenda. And if there aren't, there are some questions hanging out there. So I'm wondering, would the applicant like to continue for 2 weeks to try and get those answered, to provide more detail?
What were the additional, I thought we'd actually addressed.
So I know Ian mentioned a paper he was going to send around. I thought that Seth maybe had a question still out there about the studies from Mr. Long and providing that information to the commission. And I can't remember.
So, Ashley, so
Yep.
that paper was strictly addressing the magnetic and electrical field interference, and drew the conclusion that, you know, there's a paucity of information because it's a fairly new field, but as far as they were concerned, there didn't seem to be any impact, which sort of just backs up what Mr. Long said. So I don't personally have any more questions, but I defer to you as the chair, obviously.
Okay, Seth and then Mark.
Yes, there was discussion by Pat Johnson that they would contact their cable manufacturer to see if some of the, you know, monitoring techniques that we've asked about are possible. I think that, I mean, I would like to see the studies that Mr. Long is referencing just to review them, but I think that's the remaining things I have in mind.
Thank you, Seth. Mark?
I think we also need to have addressed the issue of monitoring. I think underwater monitoring is very important, unlike what we do on Sankaty. Annual film run to see if there's any exposed cables.
Thank you, Mark.
They didn't really address that specifically. I think we need that in the order of conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly?
Yeah, I was just going to add that we do discuss post-construction monitoring in the notice of intent. It's essentially the information I provided as well, just verbally earlier this evening, about the post-construction geophysical monitoring coupled with the benthic habitat monitoring plan that once it's finalized, we're happy to provide. I just wanted to mention as well, the DEIR that we submitted through the MAPLE process. We referenced that in the notice of intent. I know the Conservation Commission also received a copy of that. That provides the more detailed discussion of the EMF modeling and also describes those BOEM reports that we were discussing earlier this evening. So I expect, Seth, that already contains the information you're looking for. Chris, I see you nodding your head as well.
Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe, I know we have a really big packet this week and you had a very big submission. So, you know, for me personally, I think holding this over 2 weeks to review this a little more in depth for me is something that I would like. And I know there are some papers floating around that would be good to review. But if other commissioners feel differently, you know, we go by majority. Jeff?
I wanted just to point out that the next meeting, Madam Chair, is the 28th of April. It's actually 3 weeks from today.
3 weeks, yeah. Thank you. Seth?
Yes, respectfully, I don't believe I have a copy of the environmental impact report. It was potentially submitted to Jeff, but I don't think that got into our packet as far as I know.
It would have been the DEIR.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think I have it, but I'll look again.
Veronica, I see your hand up.
I thought you guys were had requested diagrams that show the cables that have already been approved, and at least the ones coming from this same company and lease area.
Right, I think that's other information that's kind of left out there at this point. Yeah. So as the applicants, again, with some of these questions still looming, would you like to continue for 3 weeks or try and close tonight?
Pat, I think that's your call.
Yeah, I think obviously, I think everything here, in my view, are things that we could follow up with that wouldn't, necessitate a continuance. But certainly, if that's the commission's preference to spend some more time with these documents, we certainly respect that. I think we're ready. We'd be ready to close. And we know we have everything else into Jeff from DMF and Natural Heritage and everything else required, but certainly respect the commission's wishes there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, I mean, I know I would like a 3-week continuance, but that's something you guys have to request as the applicant.
Well, certainly, Madam Chair, if you would like a 3-week continuance, we would certainly agree to that.
Perfect. That would be great, just to provide some of these other details and give us time to review. Jeff?
Yeah, I was just going to clarify. I did track down the environmental impact report in my email here. It was sent in kind of in November and well before the notice was, so that was probably the confusion. But I'll get that distributed to you guys tonight, so you have the full time to take a look at that.
Thank you. All right, and we will see you guys on April 28th.
Thank you all, and we'll follow up through Jeff on all the items that were just discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, board. Appreciate the time. Any questions, give me a call.
We will. All right, so that moves us on to Nantucket Land Council at Hummock Pond. I believe we have Emily Molden on representing this one.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here. I am here this evening representing the Nantucket Land Council, and along with me, Thais Fournier is on from the town of Nantucket, who's a partner of ours in this project, along with Ken Wagner, who's with Water Resource Services, who's been assisting us and guiding us in this project. We're also collaborating with the Nantucket Pond Coalition and the Nantucket Conservation Foundation on this proposal. And this is for a phosphorus inactivation treatment in Hummock Pond and the head of Hummock Pond. So I'd like to just take a couple of minutes to talk a little bit about the Land Council's history with the pond and some of the data analysis that we've done over the years, and talk just a little bit about the proposed treatment and monitoring, allow Ken to add anything he may like to, and then open it up for some questions and any discussion. So back in 2009, I think it was in 2009, Dr. Sarah Oaktai and Jim Sutherland, who was working with the Land Council at the time, did an initial study. That was our first time really evaluating the water quality of Hummock Pond. And that study determined that there was indeed excessive nutrient levels, nitrogen and phosphorus, both external and internal sources. And it determined a need really to figure out what those sources were and what proportional impact they were having on the water column nutrients in the pond. It also identified the dominance of cyanobacteria in the phytoplankton community that were causing harmful algal blooms that had been observed. So for most of the years since 2009, we have been collecting water chemistry data on Hummock and or the head of Hummock Pond. And I also would note that the town's been collecting a lot of water chemistry data on Hummock Pond as well, certainly much more intensively over the last decade. We also began sampling the phytoplankton in the pond on a pretty regular basis, and also doing analysis of potential toxins that could be produced by the cyanobacteria species in there. We've been documenting at least low levels of the cyanotoxin microcystin in the pond since 2010, never at levels, I don't believe, that exceeded any kind of state or federal standards, but still present in the pond. We began to explore some alternatives to address the harmful algal blooms. And in 2011, after receiving a grant through the CPC, actually, we leased a solar powered water circulator, which was called a Solar B unit, to install in the head of Hummock Pond. And we put that in the center of the pond. The idea is that it sets up sort of a long distance water circulation in the upper level of the water column. And cyanobacteria are able to regulate their buoyancy in the water column, unlike most algae species. So one of the purposes of this is to remove that competitive advantage of the cyanobacteria and hopefully help to eliminate those blooms. We monitored the water in the head of Hummock Pond pretty closely throughout that season, but unfortunately there really was no impact or improvement to the nutrient levels, the water quality, and it also was not effective at abating the blooms. We continue to have algal blooms in the head of Hummock Pond that season. Some of the additional data that we had collected while that unit was in the pond showed that really the ambient wind affecting the surface of the water body was enough to disrupt the integrity of that circulation. So we decided that it just wasn't really an effective method of dealing with the blooms, and we removed the unit. Then in 2016, with the work of the Pond Coalition, the town of Nantucket received a 604B grant through the EPA. And that was to conduct a study that specifically looked at the phosphorus sources in Hummock Pond. We also did it concurrently with a similar study in Comet Pond. The Land Council did most of the field work for that, which was then analyzed by Ken Wagner and Water Resource Services. So that study looked specifically at phosphorus levels that were in the groundwater surrounding the pond that were coming in from the watershed, as well as phosphorus levels in the superficial sediments. As I'm sure you guys are aware at this point, phosphorus is the limiting nutrient in these freshwater systems. So it's what we were most concerned with as far as figuring out what the actual sources were that were impacting these blooms. We were looking at also the iron-bound phosphorus in the sediment, as well as oxygen levels and the anoxic conditions that were prevalent at that sediment water interface, especially during the summer months with the temperature gradients. And that's what essentially leads to the excessive release of phosphorus from the sediments back into the water column. So that study was really conclusive in determining that the largest portion of phosphorus was coming from that internal recycling of phosphorus in the pond, and also that there was no other phosphorus source large enough to provide the level of reduction needed to eliminate the cyanobacteria blooms, other than what's already been accumulated over time in the sediments. And it also enabled us to actually calculate the amount of phosphorus and iron-bound phosphorus in those sediments. So there were a number of different alternatives that were considered at the conclusion of that study, and most of those were discussed in our narrative for our notice of intent, including dredging with some potential financial limitations and calculations, and I'm sure we can address any questions with regard to that. Watershed management is obviously a really important ongoing concern of the Land Councils. From the town's perspective, the Board of Health has implemented a watershed protection district around Hummock Pond, requiring inspections and upgrades of septic similar to the harbor watersheds. That's a little bit more impactful when it comes to nitrogen reduction, but could still have some positive impact on reducing phosphorus. Obviously, our local fertilizer regulations now prohibit phosphorus. The Land Council's committed certainly to continuing with outreach and education, and we specifically plan to do some more of that with Hummock Pond abutters in association with this proposed treatment. So our preferred alternative, obviously, is to move forward with trying a phosphorus inactivation. As I think you're all aware at this point, there are multiple approaches to phosphorus inactivation. Longer term inactivation of that phosphorus requires a higher dose of a treatment. We're proposing to use polyaluminum chloride in this treatment, but we're proposing a low dose water column treatment. And that's really intended to inactivate the phosphorus in the water column to prevent blooms in the coming season, and then also to reduce some of the phosphorus at the surface of the sediments of the pond. We're not proposing to treat the entire pond. Part of what our study back in 2016 helped us to determine was that a majority of the phosphorus is in the more organic sediments in the head of Hummock Pond itself, and also in the narrows, the real northern extent of the greater Hummock Pond area. And that is definitely where we have seen over the years of monitoring the blooms in the pond that these harmful algal blooms tend to originate either in the head of Hummock or in the very northern part of Hummock, and then they tend to spread and disperse throughout the rest of the pond from there. So we're actually proposing to treat about 63% of the area of the head of Hummock Pond over those, the heavier phosphorus-laden sediments, and 33% of the area of the narrows. So the dose that we have calculated to use is a 4 milligrams per liter or 4 parts per million. And again, that's really been proposed based on the sediment data that was collected. It's significantly less than would be needed to inactivate all of the iron-bound phosphorus for a longer-term treatment. Our goal would be to eliminate and prevent blooms for 1 to 2 years by knocking the phosphorus out of the water column and from the very top surface of those sediments. We are proposing, along with in conjunction with the town's Natural Resources Department, to do monitoring work in advance of the treatment and following the treatment, which was outlined in the narrative. I also, as I'm sure the commission knows, we received a no-take determination from Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program. We also, in our narrative, had initially requested a waiver from the time of year restriction for the use of the pond by herring, because it's considered a fish run. And the time of year restriction that's in the local regulations is, I believe, March 15th through June 15th. And the commission probably is aware that just a couple of days ago, we received a comment letter from the Division of Marine Fisheries recommending a time of year restriction based on the presence of a fish run in Hummock Pond through June 30th. We certainly are aware that herring do enter the pond during the spring opening. We found that out ourselves through some research a number of years ago. We don't believe that the dose that we're proposing would be impactful, but we are certainly willing to go along with DMF's proposal. The original intent was to try to initiate this treatment prior to any bloom setting up. That's really the idea in the season, so to get it done earlier than July. But if we can manage logistically to actually get everybody out here and organized for the beginning of July, then that is that is what we would do, and adjust the timing of the treatment as such. So I don't know if Ken wants to add anything at this point in time, or I could just open it up to questions, and then I'm sure he can chime in as necessary for any more technical aspects of the project.
Ken, do you have anything to add?
I think Emily covered it pretty well. I know in light of some of the questions that were asked to the Gibbs Pond group, just so you're clear on this, based on our testing of the sediment, the dose we would need in this portion of Hummock Pond would be somewhere on the order of 25 to 50 grams per square meter. Could go up as high as 100. And those are actually all within the range of typical doses. The average in Massachusetts is about 50 grams per square meter. So it's pretty typical. We are proposing up to 5 milligrams per liter, which based on the rather shallow depth, you're talking about less than 10 grams per square meter. So we're putting in somewhere between 1/4 and 10% of what we would do if we were trying to inactivate all the sediment. We're not trying to do that for a couple of reasons. We want to see how well this will work. Also, you get maximum benefit from the initial treatment by inactivating the water column and the very surface. You just don't get any longevity out of it. And that's why Emily's telling you it's 1 or 2 year type thing. And as the folks from Gibbs Pond told you, it's pretty hard to bring out that much aluminum in a burst and do the treatment. You'd rather see it work well. It's additive. There's no penalty for not doing it all at once. And in fact, there's less impact to everything. So it's a simple thing. I'm called an experiment, but I've been doing these for almost 30 years now. Every single one of them has knocked the cyanobacteria blooms out. In a few cases, it didn't last as long as I would have liked, but I've got some that are going 20 years now. Now they're much bigger doses than this. In the notice of intent, I gave you an example of one I've done in Connecticut for the last 7 years now. And the small dose, 3 milligrams per liter in a place that's not much deeper than what we're dealing with here, has completely eliminated cyanobacteria blooms. We do it once or twice a summer. Here we're talking about just once, and it's worked extremely well. So no reason to believe it's not going to be effective. It's not going to be effective indefinitely. From your perspective as commissioners, the question is, well, what other impacts will there be? I will tell you virtually none. This has been done all over. We've not had a fish kill since the year 2000 when we learned how to get the ratio of chemicals right, or to use a chemical like we're proposing that doesn't have pH problems. There's nothing. It's not going to be enough to smother anything on the bottom. They're really at this low dose treatment. There's not much risk to anything, including the fish fry that Marine Fisheries is trying to protect. If you think about it, natural heritage and inland fisheries had no problem with this. There are the other fishes spawning that time of year too. It really isn't much of a risk. If Marine Fisheries has their policy, they don't like to deviate. We'll live with it.
Thank you. So at this point, are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that the project applicant provided the alternatives analysis and has, experience working with some of those alternatives, seeing their success, or I guess failure in this case, and also has an ongoing monitoring program that's much more robust than what was happening at Gibbs. But I would echo my two same comments that, first of all, the order of conditions should have some applicable evaluation criteria to see if this is the right long-term solution. And also, the more data we have about the watershed as a whole is better. So some of the things that we might end up putting in the order of conditions for Gibbs requiring sampling, it would be remiss of us not to do it here too.
Thank you, Seth. Emily?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I also would just add that the Division of Marine Fisheries had included suggestions for some additional, for their standard, I think, proposed monitoring, which had some additional sampling or more sampling than we had proposed. And between the Land Council and the Natural Resources Department, I think we can meet their suggestions and requirements for the monitoring before and afterwards.
Thank you, Emily. Any other questions or comments? And I do have to echo what Seth said, that, for asking for these things at Gibbs Pond, we would be asking for similar ones here. Emily?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of other quick things. I think maybe this came across in the presentation, but the other sort of experimental aspect of this that I think will be really great to get some information on is, again, just focusing on these portions of the pond where we know the majority of the phosphorus to be in the sediment, and to try to determine if we can actually effectively eliminate blooms from the entirety of Hummock Pond just by treating the limited area. And I actually forgot what my second point was. Oh, now I remember. We are really just proposing this one treatment at this point in time, not necessarily ongoing year after year. So we would be coming back to the commission and obviously providing the results of our monitoring after this treatment before moving forward with a second.
Thank you for clarifying that, Emily. Those are definitely important details. So no other questions or comments from commissioners. Then we'll open it up for public comment. Does not appear we have public comment on YouTube at this point. Oh, Pete. Oh, you're muted.
How about now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I just wanted to add something that happened when the blue-green algae first showed up in the head of the hummock, as I live around the corner. It wasn't too long after that, one of the guys I play hockey with was over there with his son, and they were fishing for perch and pickerel and everything. He came to me and said, there's something about the head of the hummock going on. I said, what's that? He goes, the perch are unbelievable. They're savage. We're released like 100. And I started thinking about it, and I thought, do perch and pickerel, do they eat the blue-green algae? Well, I asked Siri, looked it up. No, they don't. So then I said, what does eat blue-green algae? And guess what? There's this little thing called an arrowworm that consumes blue-green algae. And guess what? What do perch eat? Arrowworms. So when you're talking about adding some of this, chemical, I'm not sure exactly what the chemical consists of, but just to make sure that it doesn't have any interaction with the arrowworm or any species that does consume the algae. Because there it is, Mother Nature in move. You got a lot of food, the arrowworm comes in, what eats that? Perch. They said the perch are just prolific, they're everywhere. So anyway, I don't know what that chemical is, but it'd be nice to just verify that it doesn't harm the arrowworm. That's all. I just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, the specific chemical being used is polyaluminum chloride. The active ingredient is aluminum. Aluminum at a high enough concentration outside of a moderate pH range can be toxic to a lot of things. I'm not going to tell you otherwise. We're not putting enough in to make a difference. If we were to treat to inactivate all of the phosphorus in the sediment in the target area, that in one dose could be enough to kill things, but you wouldn't do it in one dose. You never do. It just gets done in increments. Yellow perch eat a lot of things aside from arrowworms. They eat a lot of zooplankton. Zooplankton also try to eat blue-greens. Blue-green algae, cyanobacteria, actually really hard to live off of by anything. They have toxins in them that are a problem. They don't have a high nutritional value. For certainly smaller things, it's like us trying to eat an 8-foot plate of spaghetti with no utensils. They're really a problem in the ecology and the food web of aquatic systems. They are a natural part of it. It's not something we created or turned loose from a lab. That a small amount is completely understandable and acceptable and maybe even desirable. Cyanobacteria is not a bad word. It's when they become dominant and when it's the forms that produce toxins and taste and odor, that's when we have a real problem. And that's what's been going on in hummock for quite some time. It's not uncommon at all. And a lot of it's because we've over-fertilized the places, which also leads to more yellow perch. But I'm not recommending we over-fertilize to get more fish.
Thank you. And thank you, Pete, for bringing up some of those potential food chain impacts.
Okay, well, thank you.
So if there are not any other comments or questions, Jeff, do we have everything we would need to close this one? Yes. Emily, would you like to close? Oh, Ian?
No, sorry, I jumped the gun because I found Ken's answer fascinating and I was moving to close. So I apologize to Emily for jumping the gun.
That's all right. Emily,
Thank you.
Like to close?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly would. Thank you.
All right, so I'll give Ian that motion. Mark, you get the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And that moves us on to 7 Loretta Lane LLC at 7 Loretta Lane, represented by Mark Ritz.
Good evening, Mark Ritz from Site Design, representing the applicants at 7 Loretta Lane. What you have in front of you this evening is a notice of intent to redevelop a currently developed residential site. Just to let the commissioners know, I spoke with Jeff Carlson about this yesterday, and he had some concerns about some of the grading we've got shown on here. And we're going to come back to the commission with a revised plan showing a different grading scheme and slightly more accurate topography in a couple locations. So what I'd really like everybody to focus on with today's meeting is just pretty much the locations of the structures and the driveway, and we will come back with revised grading. What we're proposing is a pool which will be located outside of the 100-foot buffer and also above the 100-year flood elevation, so it'll be outside of jurisdiction. And we're proposing a house and garage located partially inside the 100-foot buffer. All structures will be entirely outside the 50-foot buffer. Any portion of structure within flood zone will have flood compliant foundation. We're also proposing a pervious driveway to come in on the northern portion of the property, just outside the 25-foot buffer to the BVW. A small portion of the driveway will be within the 50-foot buffer. The rest of the driveway will be outside of the 50-foot, and main parking area will be outside the 100-foot buffer. That's pretty much the extent of the project before you this evening. So I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any comments.
Thank you, Mark. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe this is better once we see the revised grading, but I'm struggling to imagine how you could have a pool above the flood elevation without adding fill, which is something we don't want in the flood zone, unless it was an elevated above ground pool.
Mark?
The pool is the area where the pool is located essentially at elevation 8 and just above elevation, the elevation 8 contour. So the flood zone is elevation 8. So the pool is basically, by the time you put in a little bit of coping at surface, it's going to be a couple inches above the 100-year flood elevation. The portions of the house are those spot elevations are 7, 7, 6, 5, 6, 8, 6, 7. So that area is lower, but where the pool is actually going, it's at or just slightly above elevation 8.
Seth, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, on that, I guess I'll look at it again when we have the updates and see. But the second thing, which is separate, is where the proposed septic tanks are. They're proposed like within the shell driveway layout, but within the 100-foot buffer to the wetland. And it looks like there's a possibility that they could easily be outside of the 100-foot buffer and still in that shell driveway layout. Is that a possibility?
Those septic tanks are not actually part of this filing. Those are part of another filing that was done previously on the property by Art Gasparo, I believe, and they are subject to another NOI and I believe an amendment or a mod request. So we're just showing them basically to have them on the plan, but they're not actually part of this filing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ian?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So Mark, I don't know if it's just me, but I find this a really hard plan to read with everything rectangles everywhere. And, you know, I can't even figure out the delineation of the proposed pool, although I understand it's outside our jurisdiction. But is there any chance of you providing a plan that doesn't have everything in rectangles? Am I the only one that I'm finding this hard to read? Perhaps I should retire. I mean, do I have a comment from any fellow commissioners on this?
No, so I mean, there's an aspect of busyness, but it's not, you know, I think a lot of our plans that we get submitted are difficult in that sense. But Mark, go ahead.
Just saying, since we're going to provide another plan for you guys for the next meeting, we can do two separate sheets or two, one showing what's existing and one showing what's proposed, just so that not everything is on top of everything else, and try to clean it up, because there is a lot of line work crammed into one corner of this property. So we can certainly try to make it a little easier to read in the next iteration.
Well, as one who apparently is visually challenged, I really appreciate that, Mark. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Seth?
All right, I guess while we're here, I'll ask for it, since, I'm still in my head trying to wrap my mind around how this pool is going to work. So would it be possible to provide like a cross section or more details about that as well? Is it meant to be, a in-ground pool, et cetera? Because that, I think, will help me figure out how it's going to meet that grade.
Yes, we can certainly provide a cross section, but that part of the property is at 8 feet or just above 8 feet, and the pool will be a ground level pool there, but we'll certainly provide a cross section to show it.
Yeah, just if I may, I mean, my whole point is, I get that the pool deck will be at 8 feet at the grade at the flood level, but it's in the ground a certain amount of feet, which is going to be below the flood grade.
Well, the edging around the pool will be several inches above that 8-foot flood elevation. So this is a not a wave driven flood waters. This is still water elevations here. It's not a velocity zone. As those what is said to be the max 100-year flood here will not be able to overtop the edging to the pool. So the pool, yes, the pool itself is an in-ground pool and will be below flood elevation, but it will have a border around it that will be several inches above that flood elevation and will not allow floodwaters into it if those elevations are reached.
Thank you, Mark. I think what Seth's probably getting at is it's still going to impact flooding as it's in the ground. So it displaces where floodwaters could potentially go in this scenario, is what I'm thinking. Jeff?
I think the easiest way is just for when they provide that topo detail to show where that elevation 8 hits on the ground relative to the pool as well. I think that would solve it. I think it's just trying to see it graphically on this plan is difficult, but it sounds like from their plan submission that will hopefully clear up the question about where that elevation is.
Yes, we can certainly do that, but everything above elevation 8 is not in the flood zone. It's above the flood zone. So there are no flood waters in any portion of the property that's above 8 feet.
All right, so if there aren't any further questions or comments, I should open up. Is there any public comment on this one? 7 Loretta Lane? No. So Mark, would you like to continue for 3 weeks?
Yes, we'd like to continue to the next meeting, please.
Okay, so that'll be April 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that moves us on to ARB Way LLC at 9 Arbor Way. I believe we have David Haynes on.
Good evening. You've had a long one already, and I'll make this very quick and hopefully very easy. This is a notice of intent to place a shed on an existing lawn next to the putting green at 9 Arbor Way. It's a 200 square foot shed. It will be within land subject to coastal storm flowage. It will be outside of the buffer zone to a previously delineated and approved wetland boundary. It will be on helical piers at grade on an existing lawn. And that's the extent of the work. There's no dewatering proposed. And it's going to be allowed to flood. It will not, it will not be, it'll just be, it's just a pre-made shed that's going to be brought in, already built placed on the pilings. And all disturbed areas will be appropriately loamed and seeded and stabilized.
Thank you,
And that's
David. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. So we'll open this up for public comment. Does not appear that we have public comment on YouTube. So Jeff, would we have, or do we have everything we would need to close this one?
Yes, we do.
All right, David, would you like to close?
Yes, I don't want to lengthen out your meeting any longer than it's going to.
We appreciate that. Is there a motion to close? Motion
I
made by,
move to close as quickly as possible because I know David's got some previous engagement.
You're late.
Ian, I'm gonna give the motion to Maureen because she
Okay.
beat you with her hand, but I'll give you the second.
Okay.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, David.
Thank you all very much. Good night.
Good night.
I have a quick comment for David. I love your tie, and you do look spiffy enough to be going out now.
There we go.
Every conservation commission meeting I've gone to in my whole career. Just, you guys, I know what you're going through. I've been doing it for 35 too. And it just, I don't know, I respect you, and it's just my way of respecting you. And there used to be a contest between Arthur Reed and I about who had the better tie on it. And I can't remember. Used to judge us and give us a thumbs up or thumbs down. But anyway.
Well, you're setting the bar very high, David. Much appreciated.
We appreciate your professionalism.
I will bar later tonight, so.
All right. Okay, so that'll move us on to Hurley at 11 Holbert Avenue, represented by Don Bracken.
Yes, thank you, Don Bracken, Bracken Engineering, representing the applicant. This project actually has a current order of conditions open for the construction of a house in a garage more toward the road. We're submitting a separate notice of intent for the renovation of the existing house on the site closer to the water. House is built around 1920. So this is the renovation is going to consist of raising the house, putting it on a new crawl space foundation. It's in the AE flood zone and within 100 feet of the coastal dune, adjacent to the water's edge. The existing first floor elevation is about 7.1. The flood zone elevation here is elevation 9. So the floor will be brought up to elevation 10.35 to meet building code requirements and get the floor system out of the flood zone. This will also require the existing porch that's on the water side to be rebuilt and new sonotube footings to support that. Also on the water side, there is a proposed first floor enclosure. Currently, right now, that's covered by a second floor living space, and it's sort of like a walk-in deck area that will be enclosed. So there will be no changes in footprint, except for an area on the east side outside the 50-foot buffer, where you can see there's a proposed addition and an increase in the existing deck size that's there. So within the 50-foot buffer, there are also changes with the existing steps that are there. Currently, there are 3 steps going out toward the water. The front of the step just inside the 25-foot buffer to the coastal dune. Those will be removed along with another set of steps on the west side of the house. And there'll be one set of steps narrower than those two sets, so that the net footprint area of the steps is actually decreased under the proposed conditions, within the 50-foot buffer zone. Also associated with this project is installation of a new sewer line and a new water line. There will be no proposed grade changes on the site. And the entire site is pretty much disturbed and lawn area around the structure. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Don. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners?
Yes,
Ian, go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair. So Don, how many square feet are being added actually to this house?
I don't
Yeah.
have, you mean within the 50 or just in general? for the
No,
whole-
in general. So in other words, going forward, I'd like to
Mhm.
know exactly, how many square feet are being added, because it could be an issue going forward as to whether the house is entitled to statutory protection. So I think it
that-
needs to be quantified.
Okay, I mean, I could calculate that number, but visually looking at it.
Well,
Yep.
at some point, I'd like you to give Jeff the actual number.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Ian. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. So we'll open it up for public comment. Does not appear that we have any public comment on YouTube. So Jeff, do we have everything we would need to close this one?
Yes, we have all the required information.
Ian, I know you're looking for those numbers, but Don, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close? Ian?
Yes, I'm happy to close. I just, as part of the orders of conditions, that Dawn would provide Jeff with how many square feet are actually being added to the building.
Yeah, no, that sounds great.
Yeah.
So motion made by Ian, is there a second? Seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Sorry, will you allow further discussion?
yes.
So the point of Ian's request is to know if the structure is entitled to future statutory protection. And if it's not, we would need to write that into this order of conditions. So I think we need to know that before we draft the order of conditions.
Jeff,
Well, the good news is, as this is a project that waivers too, I usually don't write waiver orders conditions in advance, so I'll have to draft it for the next meeting. So Don can get me that number and we can make sure that our findings are correct for the substantial improvement criteria that we're looking at here. But we will properly get that addressed in the order.
Okay, aye.
right, Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
And
Oh, yep, Ian?
if I may add, I didn't know whether it actually made the 20%, but I wanted it to be added to the record in case there were additional additions that would take it cumulatively over the our substantial improvement. So
No, thank you, Ian. I think that's important for us to be looking at, so.
Yeah, I'll get that resolved with Don for the draft order for you guys to look at.
Perfect.
That's no problem.
All right, thank you, Don.
Thank you.
So that moves us on to Zezing at 6 Wesco Place. And we just need to make a motion to accept the withdrawal.
so moved.
That's
Second, Seth.
So motion to Seth. Ian, I'll give you the second.
Right.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to amended orders of conditions. We have Heard, Cahill, Boyd, and Boyd Tracy at 10 Brant Point Road, represented by Don Bracken.
Yes, thank you. Don Bracken representing the applicant. This is an amendment basically to convert an existing garage that has an open order of conditions on it to a secondary dwelling. Although there won't be any footprint changes, the garage has been rotated about 15 to 20 degrees. And because now there's going to be proposed living space in there, we have to install a sewer line in a water service to it. So that's what's proposed in this case. It's above the flood elevation, no changes in grades. It was already built as a garage, and now they're trying to convert it to a secondary dwelling.
Thank you, Don. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Can you explain to me a little bit more about what that proposed concrete apron is?
When they built the, we added it to the amendment because they just added it when they poured the floor inside the garage. They just added a concrete apron at grade, for the transition from the garage floor to the driveway. So it's all at grade with the driveway.
So
I think, which is probably pretty common, which you see a lot, but I don't know how many times we've gotten into that much detail on a proposed plan showing a driveway apron, but we showed it here just to cover it.
Yeah, the only reason I'm concerned is because in land subject to coastal storm flowage in our local regulations, we have a performance standard number 1 that says work shall not reduce the ability of the land to absorb or contain floodwaters. Now you're moving from a pervious driveway surface to an impervious driveway surface. Granted, it's a small area, but it is no longer permeable there.
There's actually a roof visor over it as well, so it wouldn't necessarily be pervious. I'd have to go back to the original plan to see. I didn't check that if the roof visor was there originally, but I mean, we certainly could add at the limited amount of infiltration that we had, we certainly could add for downspouts and put in some French drains closer to the surface if you think that would address it.
Yeah, I think our regulations, are set up that way to really encourage pervious surface. So I think we need some type of drain that would, reconvert that back to a permeable area.
Don, is that something you could?
That's no problem. I just trying to think going forward. I mean, there's a lot of additions and increased, roof areas. So it would be under the same scenario as that. But we've been doing that a lot on projects, and we certainly can add that to this one if that were incorporating the order of conditions to have French drain dry wells for the roof runoff. That's no problem.
Any other questions or comments? Looks like no. I'll open it up and see if there's public comment. Also looks like no at this point. So Jeff, do we have everything we would need to issue the amended order?
Yes.
And Seth, would you feel comfortable kind of writing into the order the drainage system, or would you rather hold it over?
No, I feel comfortable writing it in and having the final, detail just sent to Jeff.
Okay, perfect. Don, I'm assuming you'd like us to issue tonight?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. So is there a motion to issue the amended order with the, conditions regarding the drainage?
So moved with the amended order with conditions regarding the drainage.
All right.
Mumble.
Motion made by Ian, seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. So that moves us on to request for determination of applicability. We have Learman Dynasty Trust at 18 Washing Pond Road, represented by Mark Ritz.
Good evening, Mark Ritz from Site Design, representing the applicants at Washing Pond Road. Just to let everybody on the commission know, I've spoken with Jeff on this one, and we're getting an NOI in for this for the next go around. So you will have a notice in front of you. I just wanted to briefly go over the project just to get before the commission, get a little bit of feedback so that we can address any issues in the notice that you'll be getting within a couple days. Project is to replace one of the two groins perpendicular to the bulkhead on this property that was destroyed in the late January storm this year. The bit of history on this property: about 15 or so years ago, bulkhead was replaced with a new steel bulkhead in front of it. The bulkhead was slightly reconfigured on the western end. At the time, there were 3 groins in front of this bulkhead, where the 2 groins are now, and an additional one in the center. When the bulkhead was reconfigured, the western groin was actually standing out in the water about 10 or so feet away from the bulkhead. We came before the commission at that time, went through a permitting process to bring that groin, to move it back and have it attached to the bulkhead again. And at that time, as part of the discussion with the commission, we removed the middle groin of the 3 groins. So we went down from 3 to 2 and redesigned basically the whole system with the bulkhead and the groins. Now the easternmost bulkhead has been essentially destroyed in that January storm, and we're back to rebuild it. Same location, same size. It does have a Chapter 91 license. As part of that work, in the NOI, we'll provide details, construction details, but as part of that work, we're also going to rebury some of the gabions that are found on the eastern flank of that bulkhead and groin, and do some additional sand nourishment and fill the repaired groin to entrapment capacity. That's just a basic rundown of what we propose to do. Again, this is just replacing structure that was taken out in a storm this year. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, I'm confused because I don't know that we should take questions on what's going to be a notice of intent at this point. So, I don't know that that's appropriate for us.
How about any feedback or concerns, just so that I can?
So, a concern that I had, the plan we were given didn't seem to actually represent the destruction of the groin on the ground, which was a little bit concerning because we did do a site visit out there.
Well, the plan showed that was what we were proposing to rebuild, which was exactly the same plan that was approved when this was permitted originally.
Okay. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have thoughts on the context of the application, but with respect, I totally agree with you. I think if this is coming in as a notice, I'm not even sure we should have opened this. And I think the applicant should ask to withdraw and, get our thoughts when they submit them.
And Madam Chair, I completely agree.
I agree.
Okay, so there we are.
If that's the pleasure of the commission, then we respectfully request to withdraw without prejudice, and we'll be back before you with a notice.
Thank you,
I
Mark.
so move.
So Mark,
To accept the withdrawal.
Mark made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
We have no minor modifications tonight, so that moves us on to certificates of compliance. We have 21 Lincoln Avenue nominee trust at 21 Lincoln Avenue.
Sure. So this project at 21 Lincoln Avenue was for the kind of renovation in place of the structures on the lot there. All of the construction has been completed and the site's all restabilized. All of the vegetation is done. Excuse me. And we recommend the issuing of the certificate of compliance without any ongoing conditions.
Thank you, Jeff. So if there aren't any questions or comments for Jeff, would somebody like to issue the certificate?
Move to issue.
So motion made by Maureen. Seth, I'll give you the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. That moves us on to Donahue at 26 Gosnold Road.
Yes. So this was for, and hopefully everyone got to read the letter because it's a bit of a list. Was for the removal and relocation of a couple structures, construction of two new structures, some vegetation work, alteration of the driveways, some grading. And then there was minor mod and then a shed under an amended order of conditions and a couple other paperwork things that are there. But with our inspection of the site, we have found the site to be in compliance and could recommend the issuance of that certificate of compliance as well.
Same with no ongoing conditions.
Yes.
So if there are no questions or comments for Jeff, would somebody like to make a motion to issue the cert? Motion made by Seth. Is there a second?
Sure.
Seconded by Ian. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. It moves us on to O'Mara at 240 Pulpus Road. And this is a reissue.
Yes, this is just a reissue. The original certificate was lost somewhere. It was for a septic upgrade and replacement, and we're just requesting that it be reissued.
Thank you, Jeff. Would somebody like to make a motion? Mark's making the motion to reissue. Is there a second? Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding. Oh, you're muted, Ian.
Damn it. Excuse me. Aye.
I saw his mouth move.
Philip,
And my ears, right?
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, so that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to orders of conditions. Jeff sent these out earlier today. And we will begin with Island Orange Group at 129 Orange Street.
So this is an address that probably most of us are familiar with. This is Hatches. We closed this at the last hearing and just hadn't drafted the order for it. I know I have a misspelling that I can see where I spelled brick wrong in the project description of Burke. But I tried to go through those comments again, had the regular stuff that's there, our fill condition, kind of some yearly photo monitoring. Any invasive species found within the site shall be removed. I included the exterior lighting shall be directed down and away from the BVW. And then from the discussion, I added 23 that the site shall be inspected on a weekly basis for any litter or debris and it properly removed from the site. So that was a question that had come up.
Thank you, Jeff. Seth?
Yes, as to the lighting condition, this may have been brought up before, but I think we should, moving forward, amend that condition to also include that it should be properly shielded in accordance with the whatever chapter of the town of Nantucket lighting bylaw is, so that it's a little bit more robust.
Good idea.
Can I make a quick comment on that? So I inquired to our, I'm going to get the title wrong, I always do, essentially our lighting constable for the directives on lumens. And she and I have not connected to get all of that correct information because I know that came up, but there are standards. And when you read through the actual regulations, it's not really super clear. So for how they are enforcing that, but yes, I will get that added in the future, Seth, once I connect with Leslie fully about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for now, can we just add that all lighting needs to be installed per accordance of whatever that section is, and then they can go look it up and figure it out for themselves?
Sure, maybe we can add to 22. All exterior link shall be directed away from the bordering vegetated wetland and installed in compliance with
Existing regulations.
Town of Nantucket exterior lighting regulations.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Seth, for that reminder and suggestion.
So I have to add that when I read this, I laughed out loud because Burke in English slang is, as Jeff's misspelled brick, is like buffoon or idiot. So although it is spelled differently, it's spelled B-E-R-K. But anyway, thanks for the amusement, Jeff.
I aim to please, Ian. What can I say?
Well, if they're drunk as they leave hatches, it might apply. So
Yeah. If you're seeing it in double, the spelling was correct.
would somebody like to make a motion to issue as amended?
Sure.
Motion made by Ian. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
As I recall, I voted no on this application, so I will abstain or vote no. Jeff,
It's to your pleasure.
I'll abstain.
okay. Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
And I'm abstaining because I wasn't part of the decision to approve. So
Uh-oh. Does that make a problem?
I think we should still be good. 3 out of the 5.
Yeah, as long as Maureen votes yes, we're still good.
Yeah.
Not to pressure her into voting, but
Phillips,
Let's see, present, abstain, of course, yes.
okay. So that carries with Commissioner Beal and Commissioner Golding abstaining.
The Bobbsey twins.
All right, and that moves us on to 9B Crow's Nest LLC at 9B Crow's Nest Way.
let me open that one up. This is the other one that we closed tonight. This was Brian Madden's project. Man, I've lost like control of the English language after like 8:30 here. This was for the relocation of that structure from the coastal dune and some associated site work with that there. I really just included the yearly photograph condition to kind of our 2 normal conditions we've been including. I couldn't really think of anything else to include for this one. It seemed fairly straightforward.
Thank you, Jeff. If there aren't any, amendments or questions, would somebody like to make a motion to issue the order as drafted? Motion made by Mark. Is there a second? Seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And then, Jeff, do you want us to talk about the Conservation Foundation or the Hummock Pond application?
It sounds to me like we're interested in a similar order of conditions for the 2 of them, but they won't differ tons and tons. It sounded to me like there was an interest in a little bit of documentation and additional testing requirements. Then I can go back. I don't need people to repeat it now. I can go back through the recording in the minutes and see what the parameters people were looking for were for, and then some additional monitoring that went with that. Is there anything else that people were specifically looking for? Like I said, I'll probably go through the video on both of those to kind of get through the discussion again. But happy to take any other thoughts or suggestions.
Seth, go ahead.
Yeah, just thinking creatively about any type of evaluation criteria that could, indicate what future projects would be proposed. I know we have limited say on future submissions, but we have ability to make sure that projects are performing to a level of success that we've determined.
And I know Seth, you had mentioned some like sedimentation barriers. I know they described the hose sizes, but I'm not sure if you still wanted that in there.
Yeah, I thought about it more in terms of the Hummock Ponds one. I tend to know both those sites well. They're like already established dirt boat ramps. Gibbs Pond, I'm not exactly sure where they're going to use, but it seems like it would be similar. So maybe we could just say project or applicant is required to use pre-existing boat launches. And if they can't, they must stabilize any new boat launches created.
That's a good one. All right. So if there aren't any other thoughts on those two, we'll move on to ARB Way LLC at 9 Arbor Way.
I honestly didn't have any conditions for that one. It seemed remarkably simple for a shed in the flood zone on pilings.
If there aren't any questions or comments, would somebody like to make a motion to issue as drafted? Motion made by Maureen. Is there a second? Seconded by Seth. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And I know we also closed 11 Holbert. Don't know if anybody has thoughts on that one for Jeff.
Outside of the looking for the clarification to be sure that it is or is not substantially improved and what that percentage is in one of the findings. Let's say, pick that up and I'll get that number from Don and work that in.
All right.
So through you, Madam Chair. So Jeff, I'd like it phrased in such a way that so if it doesn't meet the criteria of substantially improved, it still delineates the percentage of the improvement in the square footage going. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of just to kind of run through it really quickly to make sure this is what you're looking for. I was kind of anticipating a finding that says something similar to like the commission finds that the project as proposed is improving the existing structure by whatever the square footage number, by 100 square feet, constituting approximately 2% of the existing structure. And then we'll leave it at that, kind of something to that nature.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no further discussion on that, I don't think we have any extension order requests, so that'll move us on to other business. We have approval of minutes first from last meeting, March 24th. So I guess there's really only 3 of us who would vote on that. Did you guys see anything in the minutes? Mark and Maureen. Is there a motion then to approve as drafted?
So moved.
Motion made by Maureen, seconded by Mark. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg. I guess you should just abstain.
Abstain, yeah, abstain.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Abstain.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, so that carries with Commissioner Engelborg and Golding abstained or abstaining. And then we have 2 sets of minutes from different SBPF special hearings. So we have March 22nd, 2021.
Ah, yes, brings back such fond memories.
Seems like just yesterday.
PTSD.
Well, you probably all sat through.
Yep, Seth.
PTSD for you. That was my birthday, but is my birthday. But on page 3 of the March 22nd, 2021 minutes, the top line where I'm talking about resolution and LiDAR, there's something that says LiDAR and prophecy. I don't think prophecy is what I said. I believe it was photogrammetry. And if Terry,
Whoa.
if you need me to send you that, I can send you that, but photogrammetry.
I would say if you email just Terry or I with what that is, we can make that correction.
That almost sounds like a spell check correction.
Terry, is that okay? Do you want me to email it to you or?
No, I got it. Photogrammetry. Is that one word?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That'd be my big question. So it's photo GRMETRY. I usually look it up on Google anyway.
GRAMMETRY.
ECRY. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got it. Don't worry.
If there aren't any other amendments to that one, would somebody like to make a motion to approve as amended? Motion made by Mark. Is there a second? Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And then we have meeting minutes from June 30th, 2021. Also a special SBPF meeting.
That was the one.
This was the one.
Yes, it was.
Was I there for that?
We were all there for that.
Yep.
The only one we're missing from that is Joe Topham.
Yep.
He was
And
a
our,
quitter. So
yep. So if there aren't any thoughts or amendments, would somebody like to make the motion to approve as drafted?
So moved.
Motion made by Ian. Is there a second? Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. I didn't see any monitoring reports, so we don't have those tonight. Jeff, do we have any enforcements or potential enforcements?
Actually, we do.
Oh.
From crack is now permanent. Is that, or am I jumping the gun? Beg your pardon.
So what makes our meetings take
Oh,
forever.
bubblehead.
Ian jumping the gun. No, I don't have anything. I'll let Ian go right into his crack report.
Okay.
I'm just so excited,
So report cracked. Ian, we'll give it to you.
So crack is permanent, has been approved as a permanent committee by the select board. Jason Bridges said it was a no-brainer with 2 additional members, one from the land bank staff and the other from either FinCom or the capital committee, and they haven't worked out which. So there we go.
Very good. Coastal resilience will be a problem from now until forever here. So I think that's a good choice.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Told we have lots of coastline.
Yes. All right, CPC.
No meeting.
Okay, NP and EDC.
No meeting.
All right, perfect. So commissioners' comments. I know I just have one. Jeff, I think we're gonna need an executive session about the Lily Street appeal at some point very soon, because the
Maybe.
clock's ticking on that one, right? We had 20 days from like 2.5 weeks ago.
Yeah, I actually picked up an additional service on that today for everybody that I'll send out tomorrow morning. It's just the preliminary injunction that we have, and just waiting for a response from council to kind of get everything squared away. We'll set up an executive session for that once we have all of the preliminary work done. So hopefully that will be soon.
Okay, but we're not gonna like run out of time on that one.
No.
Okay.
And town council is representing us on that one?
Yes, we put everything in as normal, and I confirmed with Libby that we would be using regular town council for that. So
Just want to make sure.
just how it is. But gotta get all the wagons circled up on that one a little bit.
Yeah. Any other commissioners' comments? Maureen?
It's really a question for Jeff, but other people may have heard about this. It's the swimming pool that the owner wants to build at the
Milk Street.
Yes, on Main, on 9 Main is the thing. It's the old eel skin inn. Anyway, old Nantucket house. And so the HGC and the select board are apparently at odds about it. And Arthur Reed is opined that it's not in our jurisdiction, but I don't think we've gotten anything on that yet. So I assume everyone's aware that that's been discussed this week. And it just seems odd to me that we haven't, they haven't sent something to us as well. I don't know how I get. Anyway, Jeff, have we got anything on that one?
Sorry, what was the address again?
9 Main.
Like 9 Main Avenue?
As in Nantucket, all the states.
Yeah, no, we have definitely not got anything on that in a while. I'll definitely kick the tires on it though.
Yeah, because like I said, it's been apparently well, from what I could gather from people who watched the select board meeting last night, it's in there somewhere, that the select board wants to overrule or kind of decide for the HDC on this one. So I just thought that was interesting.
So if I may chime in, I don't see how it isn't in our jurisdiction, Jeff, because it's pretty much right on the water.
Yeah, no, I mean,
it's a saltwater pool apparently, which if there was.
So I do want to be careful if it is going to come in front of us discussing
I'm
aspects of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to
Sorry.
be careful there if it's not an open item.
Right. Okay. So I just wanted to know about it, and so anyone who is interested, watch the select board meeting from last night.
Yeah.
Is that 9 Main Avenue, Maureen?
Yeah.
There's no house on it right now. There's no house now. It's empty lot, isn't it?
Well, then.
No.
So yeah, we can
No, I
get
get-
the
no.
information.
It doesn't matter. We can.
I'll look into it and get a report back to everybody.
I got it. I
Thank
was
you.
being stupid.
No. It's almost 9 o'clock. So I think we lose focus certainly at this point. Seth?
Yes, just very briefly, there is a highly pathogenic avian influenza that's been circulating along the East Coast and has been detected in Massachusetts. It's common in like water and seabirds. And I'm realizing that a lot of, the projects that come into us are coastal projects. So Jeff, is there a way to send out like a directive to any, project representatives working in coastal areas to remind them not to touch or move birds at this time if they're in, like project locations, and if they see dead or injured birds, to avoid them and to, contact proper people?
Yeah, no, we keep a list when we get all our start work forms and we keep contacts for people. So we can put that together. I'll have Lisa put that together and send out a notice of that going on. If you have information or like a flyer on that or anything, Seth, that you've seen, if you send that in, that'd be helpful. If not, we'll try to track one down too, because I'm sure it exists somewhere.
No, I have it. I'm part of the HPAI task force here, and we have a public statement that can be released.
Yeah, if you have it, just send it in to Lisa and we'll pump that out to the whole group. But I appreciate that. That'd be really helpful.
Thank you for that reminder. I've read about it a few times, but didn't connect to our coastal projects, which is important. Any other commissioners' comments? So if not, we'll give it over to Jeff for administrator staff reports.
All right, I'm going to try to do this in 2 minutes or less. Just really quickly, I know we've been talking about our reg dates, and Ashley and I have been talking about it. One step we have to do first before we even update our regs. Like 4 years ago, the town embarked on a codification of all of the town regulations to standardize their format. They're finally done, and the select board is doing their hearing for theirs, I believe, next week to adopt all of their regulations in their current form, but in the new format. So we need to make our regulatory changes easier, adopt the new format first, and then change the regs within the new format. So I'm in the schedule that public hearing to do that at the first possible meeting that I can meet the notice requirements for. I was really going to try for the 28th when they told me we could finally do it. But I couldn't get the 3 weeks in front of that because I couldn't get the ad in the paper the day before the paper. So it'll be that first meeting in May. That doesn't preclude us from talking about regulations in advance. And I know I've started to compile our old suggested changes into the new format. So we might just schedule on our next agenda a work session to look at those and get that rolling independent of the other one, and then do kind of back-to-back public hearings on those to get that underway. If that makes sense to people.
Sounds good.
Ian, do you have a question?
Yeah, what does new format mean? Sub-Croatian or what exactly?
It'll resemble, I'll send them around so everyone can see them, obviously. Is the formatting is the same as what the town code and the town bylaws look like. So the sections are all delineated the same. And really what it is doing is making our regulations the same format and appearance as Board of Health regulations, as the Select Board's regulations. So if you're a user of them, you at least only have to learn how to navigate through one format style between local bylaws and local regulations. They'll all generally appear the same, instead of the total hodgepodge that some of them were. Ours is one of the better sets going into it, but there were some that were atrocious, to say the least, that were impossible to use. And thank you, Seth. I just got that HPAI stuff. But that's it. And then the second part, one of the discussions that we need to have, and I could put it for an agenda item at our next meeting for more discussion, is Governor Baker's orders for remote meetings ends July the 1st. And we either need to make a decision about whether we want to try to do hybrid meetings or in-person meetings, unless that gets extended, if we want to stay remote. But we need to have that discussion at some point here in the near future. So if people are interested, I'll put it on the agenda for the 28th, and you guys can hash it out or decide what you want to do. But we need to be prepared because we're getting closer to the 1st of July. So
no, that would be good to put on as a discussion for our next meeting for sure. I think I've stated my position a few times, and I'm not going to change my perspective. But I think we should discuss it as a commission. Seth?
Just quickly, I believe the end date is July 15th, not July 1st. But
oh, that's right.
Still need to discuss it.
Yeah, sorry. I switched for some reason. I was thinking of commissioner rollover date too. That is the 1st. That's the 15th. Thanks, Seth.
Oh, so when's the deadline, if I may, Ashley, when's the deadline for people to re-up or for people to put their names forward for Concom?
It's usually like the middle of May. I'm not sure if anybody has the actual date, though.
I'm not sure that it's opened up yet.
Okay. Yeah.
The schedule was included in the select board packet, I believe, for this week or possibly last week.
Yep.
So you can find it there.
Thank you.
Great.
Well, that's it for me.
Perfect. So further discussion there, that'll move us on to our executive session. So we have two purposes outlined. The first, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation with regard to SBPF geotextile tube project removal order, where an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the Concom. A second purpose, to discuss strategy related to the proposed memorandum of understanding between the town and the town select board and SBPF with respect to litigation with SBPF geotextile tube project removal order, where an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the Concom. So we would be entering into executive session with the intention not to return to open session. Would somebody like to make that motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Ian, seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously.
Just give me like 10 seconds to get switched and I'll start letting people in.
All right, see you guys shortly.
Yep.